Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. I am your host, Cooley. Tonight is open panel debate night, and we also will be reacting to some content. Let's go. And y'all see the suit too, man. Listen, new studio, new podcast, by the spirit, not by the letter. Bro, we can go verse for verse all day long. Doing new things. Men are okay with understanding the reality that we are in competition with one another. But you ladies think that you're special. We are in comfort. Men are men of their word. So here's my word. I'll fly you out here and we can do it in person. And after that, we could box. I'm about my business. So remember I said, when I ask you these questions, I will dismantle your entire argument. That's the end of the debate, my dog.
I'm 39, but I don't look your typical 39.
Belly.
Yeah.
You look 39. It's okay though. That man isn't intimidated by a woman like you. He's annoyed by a woman like you. Because a man doesn't want to date another man. He wants to date a woman. All right, ladies and gents, welcome back to No Fugazee Podcast. Again, I am your host, David Cooley. Tonight is open panel debate night, and we also will be reacting to content that some of the members sent me. First and foremost, if you want to go ahead and join this stream tonight, go ahead and click the first link in the YouTube description, and the link is also pinned in the YouTube comments. We are currently live on Facebook and TikTok right now. So if you're on TikTok watching right now and you want to go ahead and join open panel debate night and debate me or any other people that I bring up on stream tonight, then you got to come on over to YouTube, subscribe to the YouTube channel, and then also click that link and you can go ahead and come right on up. The next link in the YouTube description is going to be for our members. So if you like the podcast, this is your way to support it. Become a member. We got 3 tiers. First tier is Gang. Second tier is Hitman. Third tier is Mob Ties. All of the member badges are in Dragon Ball Z theme. Yeah, you're probably Cooley. Why you put it in Dragon Ball Z theme? Is that heart? Everyone has this little kid in their heart. And, matter of fact, Dragon Ball Z is not for kids. Dragon Ball Z is for adults. Dragon Ball Z is for the thugs out there, man. It's for adults, man. It's for the top G's, man. It's for the big G's, not for the little G's. You feel what I'm saying? But yes, anyways, all the I guess the themes of the the member tiers are in Dragon Ball Z, so it's pretty cool. I don't know if some of the people caught on to it already, but yeah, it's pretty cool. Anyways, that's the first link. So to support the channel, become a member, man. We go live a few times a week, do open panel debate nights, and then we also do a full panel of girls on the podcast. So it's good content, man. As you see, this month, we've grew over 30,000 subscribers here on YouTube. So that must mean something is working right. Yeah, man, something is working right. So if you want to be a part of this thing we got going on, become a member. The second, the third link in the YouTube description, that's going to be for the coaching, I do believe. Yeah, it is for coaching. Yes, it is for coaching. So I coach men on dating and relationships, women on dating and relationships too. And then I do couples coaching. And then also I do media and marketing coaching. Like I said, as you can see, I'm doing something right here, man, and have been doing something right. Only been 2.5 years on YouTube and about to be at 350K subscribers, The next link in the YouTube description is going to be for the Clips channel. We post clips on there daily. So if you can't stay to watch the full 2 hours to 5 hour episodes sometimes, go on over to the Clips channel, subscribe, and the content will be much shorter. It would be about, anywhere from 15 minutes to a half an hour. The next link besides that is going to be for all of the social media platforms. We got the Discord in there, which I got to get on Discord a lot more. I know, chat, you guys are probably like, cool, you're never on Discord. I mean, I would say more of the squad probably got to get on Discord too. Yeah, I got it. We got to get the Discord a little bit better, man. I'll be honest, we don't really know how to run a Discord. So shout out to the members. Anyone that is a part of the member tier, hit me up if you want to help us run our Discord and stuff like that, because we need to revamp it and get it more popping, get these conversations started. I'll come in there. I'll engage with you guys. If you have any ideas or if you just want to talk smack, we could do that too. Also, the next links is going to be for all of the social media platforms that we have. So we got the 2 Instagram accounts, the TikTok account, the Facebook account with over 1 million subscribers on there. So follow us on all platforms if you're already not. And that's the way you can get in contact with me or anyone from my team. All right. Without further ado, so we're going to hop right into clips, man. I really don't have anything planned too much as far as clips. It's just going to be the things that the members sent me. So I didn't pre-watch any of these clips, but we're going to bring it up. And hopefully none of them have any background music in it so I don't get flagged, but I'll listen to it. If I hear any background music, I'll go ahead and stop that clip and just bring up another one. Other than that, man, real quick, a quick update actually before I get into the clips. Yo, the stream that we did, the last podcast that we did on Friday was dope, bro. We had 11 girls on a podcast. This was the most girls we've ever had on a podcast. I didn't even know how we was going to fit them all. I'm like, yo, one, we should have used the white room because the white room is bigger. But not only that, it was like, dang, luckily we had enough mics. Luckily, it seemed like we actually need more cameras. So I may have to invest in, we have 4 cameras total. I may have to invest into a 5th camera because girls just be wanting to come on a podcast, man. So I have a team of recruiters that recruit, but we get a whole lot of DMs of girls that just ask to be on a podcast as well. So with that being said, and since we're really only doing the girl show, like pretty much like once a month now, we just put the date out there and a lot of chicks be coming. So, that's how it happens. But the last stream was dope because we played the game. It was the red flag, green flag game. Yo, put a 1 in the chat if y'all watched that episode and y'all enjoyed that game. I'll be honest, me personally, I thought that game was like a game changer as far as in the dating full panel podcast space because no one ever done it the way I've done it, right? Pretty much essentially what we did was hand all the girls and myself and Ease, we all got red flags and green flags. And it's not just like, oh, what you're saying is a red flag. Go ahead, you get a red flag. Or what you're saying is a green flag. No, that's corny. No, we did it more debate style. So if you hand, say if a girl hands another girl a red flag due to something she said, the girl that handed the red flag would have to justify why she's giving her the red flag. Now the other girl that got the red flag, she can go ahead and, put her justification out there as well on why she doesn't deserve the red flag. So then what it does is it can cause some conflict, which can make for some good content, but also it can cause them to actually critically think. So they're not just giving out a red flag or a green flag because of how they feel. You get what I'm saying? So we're definitely going to incorporate the red flag, green flag game into more full panel dating shows because it worked out pretty good. We had some conversations that was pretty good, man. Like all the conversations was good. We got more clips coming out from that episode too. So stay tuned. If you didn't watch the full episode, my clip guy already broke some clips down and we got clips releasing throughout the week. So once again, if you can't watch the full 3-hour episode, you could watch those 15, 25-minute clips. So 1 in the chat if y'all like that, man. 2 in the chat if you don't like it, if you didn't like it. But I enjoyed it, me personally. All right, we got Wit Kid Dreams. He sends in $20. He says, here is to a good stream tonight. Me and Uncle Tiger will be here to join the panel and wreck these BGs. All right, shout out to y'all, man. Shout outs to y'all. I'll definitely bring y'all up for sure. You know how it is over here. Let me go ahead and change the color of this. I hate the color. Let's make that red and let's make that. That looks stupid too. Yeah, that looks stupid. Yeah, let's make it like that. I think that looks a little bit better. Okay. Yeah, man. If you want to go ahead and join debate night as, when people come up, you guys are members. So, you're welcome anytime to come on up. When people start coming up, I'll definitely bring you guys up. All right, let's go ahead and put that down. We got some haters in the chat. Yo, for all the haters in the chat, look at this guy. Let's go ahead and bring this up here. Cooley, you soft, bro. Riley Freeman. Oh, you could be joking. I don't know who you are. You're not a member, though. So you could be actually serious. And if you are serious as a man, then what I do is I ask that you go ahead and click that link that's pinned in the YouTube comments and come on stream and explain to me why you think I'm soft. Pause. No homo. But, you know, explain yourself and prepare to get obliterated. All right. Okay, chat, let's get into the first clip. Real quick, before we get into the first clip, I know I keep on saying I'm going to get into the first clip, but I got to check TikTok to see if we're live. Real quick. Okay, I am live on TikTok. Everybody that's tuned in on TikTok, I see you guys. It is a good amount of people that's currently on TikTok right now watching. So if you are currently watching on TikTok, what I want you to do is, if you are a hater of mine or if you have a different opinion, if you are a male feminist or if you are some liberal, like fully Trump hater, or like if you are anti-natalist, if you are, you know, pro-abortion. Let me shoot out a few more other things. If you're a feminist, if you believe in LGBTQ plus rights, any of these type of things, I welcome you to No Fugazee Podcast to come on over to YouTube, right? And you know what I'll do is I'll put the link to join the stream on TikTok. So here's the link for all of my people on TikTok. Link to join stream. All right. I just comment the link to join the stream on TikTok. TikTok, we got 114 people. 120 people now. So it looks like y'all tuning in. So click that link if you want to go ahead and join Open Panel Debate Night. And you don't even have to be a hater. You could just be someone that watched some of my content and you happen to have a different opinion. And we can have a discussion about it or debate about it. You know, you don't actually have to be a hater. But if you are a hater, I really want you to come. This is the smoke session. Okay. All right, let's get to these clips, man. Let's get to the clips. Get the likes up also. Helps push the video in the algorithm. Okay, so here's the first clip we got. Let's go ahead and bring this up. And if you're new to this, what we do is we react to clips, and while people come up, we bring people up in between clips and all of that stuff. So even if I'm reacting to a clip, you can still click that link to come on up. Don't be scared. And also, when you click the link, you may not be able to enter the link through your phone. Well, you can enter the link through your phone, but you may have to copy the link and put it in Safari or Google Chrome. And then it'll allow you up. And if you're on a desktop or laptop, then just by clicking the link, you'll be able to get right in. All right, let's see what this is about.
You gonna be my wife? I like your tattoos.
Thank you.
You single?
I am.
Can I get your number?
You can.
Bet.
I do leave Minnesota in 2 weeks. So I don't
You're
know
not from
how
here?
that'll work out for you. Well, I am from here, but I won't.
Why are you leaving?
I don't like you as much. I won't.
Huh? You just say you don't like it.
No, 1 second. I'm going to Wine Bar with Piper.
Barcelona.
And I think
We
we're going
had them
to
went there last night. I was like so sad.
Macy, relax.
Okay, so right off the bat, homie game, he asked for the number. She said, yeah. Already you can tell that since she's giving someone her number and she leaves in 2 weeks, I believe she said, or 2 days. Let's bring it back, actually. I didn't get that. Was it 2 weeks or 2 days?
You gonna be my wife? I like your tattoos.
Thank you.
You single?
See that part. You want to be my wife? I like your tattoos. You single?
I am.
Can I get your number?
You can.
Okay, so right off the bat, you can already tell that she looked at the guy and obviously he's her type because the line that he said was corny. Now, when you're a girl's type from looks, from a visual aspect, you don't gotta have the crazy lines, bro. Like it ain't rocket science. You ain't gotta like, oh, I have to say this to a girl to get her. No, if you fit her prerequisite as far as her type, it ain't much you gotta say. She will probably give you the number. But he didn't say anything special. I just wanted to go ahead and point that out there.
Bad.
I do leave Minnesota in 2 weeks. I don't
You're
know
not from
how
here?
that'll work out for me.
Okay, so she said, I just leave Minnesota in 2 weeks. I don't know how well that'll work out for you, but, I'll leave Minnesota in 2 weeks. So essentially, the only thing that it can be is a little quick fling. So the fact that she's giving someone her number and she leaves in 2 weeks, well, you could already tell that she's most likely for the streets. She did put a caveat in there and said, I don't know how well that'll work out for you, but she's still going to give him the number. Now let's continue on.
Yeah, well, I am from here, but I won't.
Why are you leaving?
I don't like you as much. I want
Huh? You just say you don't like it.
No, 1 second. I'm going to wine bar with Piper.
Barcelona?
And I think
We
we're going
ended up went
to
there last night. I was
Ava.
like so sad.
Macy relay. Macy relay.
Relay.
Nah, I want yours.
I gotta go to work.
You don't.
Oh, Macy.
Alright.
I can. I'm just leaving. So I mean,
So? You leave tomorrow?
Wait,
Or
so
next-
like in the cabin, right? When are you
What
going?
night? I'm sorry.
I feel like a simp, bro.
Okay, yeah, already off the bat, she keeps on ignoring him. So, this is the thing, like, women, they tend to view themselves and to view their value as a value loaded exchange. They don't tend to view the man as an equal value exchange. The only way that they would view, a man approaching her as an equal value exchange or like, it's more value on his side is if he was like a celebrity or like well-known or had some status. Then she'll be like, hold up, girl, let me go ahead and talk to him. Meaning that she would tell her girl either bye, I'll speak to you later, or she would say, give me 1 second. Let me go ahead and speak to him. Let me go ahead and give him my number, da-da-da-da. Chop this up with the guy that I'm interested in and then get right back to talking to my girl. But the fact that he gave her the phone, she did not put her number in yet. And then she says, wait, talking to her girl. And then she tells him to wait again and continues to talk to her girlfriend. This just shows you that her interest level is not really that high. Like, yeah, he just got the chick by the skin of his teeth. You get what I'm saying? Like he just got her, meaning that he probably just met her attractiveness level. Like you just met the attractiveness level for me to give you my number, but for me to prioritize you, nah, you don't really got it like that, brother. And once again, chat, pay attention because a lot of chicks are like this and you don't want to be this guy. And he even said it. He says, I feel like a simp. And the reason why he said he feels like a simp is because he's giving a lot of attention, but she's not reciprocating that attention back. This would mean that the value exchange isn't equal. She thinks in her mind that her value is higher than him.
Am I gonna get your number or no?
You can. We're
All right.
conversating.
Just put it in real quick.
Bro, she said it with an attitude already. She said, you can. We're conversating. So obviously she's playing games right now. Obviously she's playing games right now and allowing him to wait. And once again, if this ever happens to any of you, if you ever meet a girl like this, however attractive you may think she is, you should have more self-dignity to wait around, for the woman to finish talking and finish laughing with her friend, then for her to give you some attention and give you her number. No, just be like, you know what? You lost your chance. Have a good day. That's how you got to move, man. That's how you got to move. There's plenty of fish in the sea. Don't let this chick, and matter of fact, if you truly think about it, the reason why you should walk away, one is because she's only out here for 2 weeks, right? So what can happen in 2 weeks? You're not building anything serious with the girl. The only thing it can be is a little fling. Other than that, though, say if it was to come into anything, say if you was to hang out with her and take her out on a date, you've already started the relationship on bad grounding, horrible grounding, meaning that you're always going to have to be chasing her, because essentially by you waiting, you're putting her on a pedestal right now, right? By him waiting there, asking, oh, can I have your number? He already asked for the number. She said, yeah, she still didn't give it to him. She's talking to her friend. By him waiting there is essentially putting her on a pedestal. So she's always going to be looking down on you throughout your entire encounters with her. So no matter where it goes, she's going to be up here looking down on you. You're going to be looking up, chasing after some poon. It's not a good look.
You have to hold up for the conversation.
Right.
Tomorrow, like, probably after. Are you going up?
Bruh, homie looking around like, they're not even talking about, yo.
All right, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Crazy. Homie had to treat her like a kid. I don't know if who has kids in the chat, but I got kids. And that's literally, he had to literally treat a grown woman like a kid. 5, 4, 3, 2. If I'm gonna count to 5. If you don't go ahead and cooperate, then you getting a spanking, or I'm leaving, or whatever it may be, how you would operate with your kid. But essentially, that's what he's doing with her. He's like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Like he's about to just quit and give up. Then she turns around and gives the number. So what this is just her playing. One, it's her playing games. Now, come on, why are we playing games? This is weird. There's no reason to be playing games. So as one is her playing games, and women know what they're doing. Essentially, they want to try to maintain and garner and also maintain any leverage and any power that they think they have. Because the thing is, he approached her on the street while she's talking. So if he would have easily got the number and left, essentially, he would have been on that pedestal, because it would have been very easy. Like, okay, I went ahead and got the number. She gave it to me. She was talking to her friend. She said she didn't even care about talking to her friend. She turned over to me, talked to me, gave me the number. So essentially, during that little, interaction, he can walk away being on the pedestal, right? That's how he can walk away. But what she did, she reversed it. Chicks be a little smart there, right? She reversed it. It was like, no, I'm going to have this nigga wait. You're going to wait all day, and then I'm going to actually give you the number. So then when he leaves, she always can say something like, yeah, you're not that special. You was the one waiting for me. Yo, chicks always want to try to like have this, create this power dynamic in a relationship for them to be pedestalized, which essentially they would be the leader.
Oh, I accidentally listened to your voicemail at the moment.
What's your name?
Sydney.
Sydney?
Mm-hmm. Your name is?
Makai.
See, right there, even if he did wait, he still had a chance. He still had a chance to reverse it. Games, you still got a chance to reverse it there. You can get the number and say, listen, matter of fact, I'm going to go ahead and delete your number. Have a nice day. Then you just say that to her and walk away. She going to be talking to her girl like, wow, he's rude, but you going to be in her mind. You basically mentally effed her. You mentally had sex with her by saying like, I don't even want your number now. I'm going to just go ahead and delete this on my phone. Bye. You mentally had sex with her. In her mind, she's going to be thinking about you for days and probably weeks. And then the week before she leaves, you don't text her, you call. And then when she pick up, you just be like, listen, let's just make this fast. No, you could do something like, hey, hello, is this Sydney? Oh, yeah, this is Sydney. Hold up, this is an important this is a very important call, but wait one moment here. And then you'll have her wait. She'll wait. Maybe she'll wait like a minute and then get back on the phone and say, hey, how you like how that feel? This Makai. Then essentially you done built the power back up in a relationship. And guess what? It's probably much easier opportunity for you to smash down because she gonna be like, God dang, this nigga got game. But anyways, that's some free game for y'all. It's that power dynamic that women always try to like create during these first interactions and stuff. And they're just playing games, man. Let's get on to the next clip. Good clip. All right, where the chat's at? Let's bring up this next one. Once again, we are currently live on Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube. So everyone that's tuned in on TikTok, come on over to YouTube, man. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. Got a lot of people on Facebook. All right. Trick Daddy talks about not being attracted to women over 35. Y'all standards are too high. Okay, looks like Trick Daddy took a dose of the red pill, but we're going to get into this in a second. Let's see what the chat is talking about right now. Not nothing too crazy in the chat. Okay, good. Okay, we got a super chat that came in. We got Uncle Tiger says, if you do the flag game again, get a dunk tank. You know what? That would be interesting because we did do the water gun fight. Well, it wasn't a water gun fight, but for the loser, myself and about 4 other girls shot the loser with some water guns, which was pretty dope. It was fun. It was interesting. And my water guns is fire. But yeah, so the dunk tank, that's a good idea. I don't know where I could find one at though, but I guess I'll have to look. You know what? Put in a fund for the dunk tank because I'll have to buy this dunk tank or at least rent it out. You know what I'm saying? So if I get an actual dunk tank, which I can, my studio is big enough to fit it in there and put it in a section and hook it up and have a camera right there. Members, supporters, if you want to go ahead and fund a dunk tank for the loser in the red flag game, what you can do is, you know what? I need to have one of those dono bars. That's what I do need. I need a dono bar. But what you can do is, you can send in super chats. That would definitely help it. The easiest way, though, since, YouTube takes 30% of the money you send in, which I don't even get all of the money you send in, you can just Cash App me. That's my Cash App right below. Send me a Cash App, and this would be the investment for the dunk tank. That's what it would be for. And anyone if you're not new here, you know that if I say that I'm going to buy something with ya cash, I'm actually going to go ahead and buy it. I'm not going to use it for me. I actually don't need it. All right, let's get into this clip here.
Maybe you and 1 or 2 other women, right? Mm-hmm. I'm not attracted to no women over 35 years old.
You're not?
No.
Well, honey, I know you are attracted to me, honey.
But y'all
Hey, yo, homie just ignored all of that. I'm not attracted to no woman over 35, and she touches her hair. Well, I know you're attracted to me, honey. He said, but homie just ignored everything she said. Let me see how old Trick Daddy is. How old is Trick Daddy? Okay, so Trick Daddy is 52, and he says that he doesn't want a woman that's over 35 years old. And you know what? I would say that most men his age, and statistics even shows, they polled men from 18 all the way to 60. And men from 18 all the way to 60, the demographic of women that was most attractive was in between the ages of 18 to 24. So generally speaking, this is true. And, nothing is wrong with this. So this could be a debate. So currently we're live on TikTok right now. I know there's a lot of beta males and feminists and stuff like that. And if you share a different view than mine or a different view than Trick Daddy's, you can definitely come on up and we can debate the age gap. You are welcome to the stream. Come on over to YouTube, click the first link in the YouTube description, or just click the link that's pinned in the YouTube comments, and I'll bring you on up. You can go ahead and enter the stream.
Standards are too high. Y'all are too emotional. Y'all are damaged good from past
I am
relationship.
not damaged.
You don't even realize you're damaged. You see, because maybe you and one or two other women, right? I'm not attracted to no women over 30.
Okay, so I guess that was the whole clip. Okay, so Trick Daddy, then he explains like your damaged goods, your standards are too high, which is all true. I would say that even younger women, even women that's, 24, their standards are pretty high in 2025. But for sure, as women get older and as they, make more money and stuff like that, of course, their standards go up because women are hypergamous, meaning that they don't want to date. They would prefer to date someone either on their level or above their level. They tend not to really date anyone below their level as far as finances goes, right? All right, let's get to another clip. That was a short one. I thought it would be more of an explanation there, but it was pretty short. Get the likes up for me too. Do not be a ninja watcher. I see y'all in here. We got a judge me not. She says, you're a drunk dunk tank gonna have to have we ain't responsible for weave damage or other incidents that may occur for the duration of this game agreement. Hey, yo, that's wild. That's wild. You know what? We definitely got to have some clauses on there. Because a chick going to dunk tank, man, listen. I don't even want to get into it. But the black community, bro, people don't know how to swim in the black community. Now, me, myself, and I personally, I know how to swim. So I'm good over here. But the stereotype that black people can't swim. I mean, essentially it is. It's pretty true. It's pretty true. Pretty true, man. Like, there's so many people in my family that can't swim. Like, my mom can't swim. She don't know how to swim. Who else can't swim? My sister. Nah, both my sisters know how to swim. I don't think my one sister could swim that good. Shouts out to my sisters, though. I love them. Who else? I got a few cousins that can't swim. A few aunties that can't. Listen, man. All my brothers now, we can all swim, though. We can all swim. Seems like the chicks in the family can't swim. Like, what's going on here? So for the dunk tank, it's only going to be what? Maybe, I'm not sure how deep a dunk tank is, but maybe, 3 feet, 4 feet or something. Probably like 4 feet. You dunked in the water. And so you can't drown, but who knows, man? I seen some crazy stuff on social media where it's like, black people drown, and I'm like, bro, you can stand up. The water's 3 feet. Just stand up, nigga. All right. Let's go ahead and close that. And let's get to this next clip.
This nigga satisfied. It's Satisfaction Jackson. It's Savor the Flavor Xavier. This nigga satisfied. Let me get a bite, bro. This nigga Yummy in the Tummy Montgomery.
Yo, okay, so for all my white folks, y'all may not get this, but it says black people will clown you for anything, and this is a fact. So homie literally ate some food. He ate some penne. Looked like some penne vodka noodles. Ate some penne. And he said, like he gave the satisfied look, and then his friends is essentially clowning him for being satisfied. This is to the T of the black community. This is what we do, bro. We will clown you for anything. You can't be satisfied. If you walk in a weird way, you gay. mad things. We always clowning one another. So that's just one of the things that I do love about the black community, my community, because it's funny, bro. Let's watch this again, actually.
This nigga satisfied. It's Satisfaction Jackson. It's Savor the Flavor Xavier. This nigga satisfied.
Yo, I don't think any other culture does it the way we do it. Like, we literally crack on one another all day long. And shout out to all the other cultures. I got many white friends too. You know what? It all depends though, because some of my white friends, they definitely got mad jokes. They shoot from the hip. So it all depends. But I would say that this is prime within the black community that we will clown you for literally anything. All right, let's get to the next clip. Come on, man. Send in some clips that's serious, even though that was funny. But send in some clips where I could break it down. Okay, what's this? A woman says she's now dating a feminine man because masculine men lack emotional intelligence and they share clothes too. All right, let's see what this is about.
It's usually like dating masculine guys.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Terrible. Being with Tiante, I've learned that it's best to be with a feminine man because they understand you more. It's hard trying to teach a masculine man how to feel sometimes or how to treat you. I don't have to worry about that.
So right off the bat, the dude that she's talking about, feminine, homie, looks completely gay. Like, wait, what? What is this? So there's straight men out here literally looks completely gay. And they're calling themselves feminine men. Yeah, this is weird. No, he's definitely gay. I don't believe that. Well, some people would say, oh, well, he's bisexual. He dates men and women. You know, over here on this side of the internet, that's just gay, right? But it's funny because she says that, you know, she'll rather date a feminine man besides a masculine one because they have more emotional intelligence. Let's continue on.
I mean, we just kind of dress alike sometimes, and that's really the only thing. He's who he is.
Yeah, she was usually like dating masculine.
So what you're witnessing here is this black woman that, and you can say this is her preference. Well, cool, you can't get on her. This is her preference. You know, well, yeah, I can over here. Yeah, we will get on her preference because we'll speak about what influenced her to have this preference, right? So obviously some type of trauma happened in her younger years or in dealing with men, or we can get to the root of it and probably make an assumption, a very good assumption, that she was raised without a father or she was raised without a masculine father, a masculine man in the house. So therefore, as she's, you know, as she gotten older and started to date men, if she ever met any masculine men and dated those masculine men, she wouldn't know how to behave or interact with those masculine men because she never had a masculine father. She never had an example of a masculine man. So therefore, when it's like, if you weren't raised with a father and you're out here dating, it's like, oh, well, the masculine man is too dominant. He's trying to oppress me. I need someone that's more feminine, someone that's more in tune with their emotions and emotional intelligence. This is just womenese of saying, well, hey, I don't want to follow gender roles. I don't want to follow any type of patriarchal relationship type. I want to go ahead and have all the authority and do what I want to do. And the man that I choose, he has to appeal to me. So literally, she chose a man that is a chick. She chose a man that is a chick because she doesn't want to appeal to any type of patriarchal masculine figure at all. So she's like, you know what? I'll just go ahead and date myself. I'm sure she actually dates women as well. This is probably a chick that is probably, we would say, gay, or you would say bisexual, lesbian, or whatever. And she dates women as well. But yeah, man, let's continue on. What else is going on here?
God.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, terrible. Being with Tiante, I've learned that it's best.
Okay, so that was it. Yeah, this is stupid. Stupid. Look how homie is dressed, man. This is disgusting. I don't even want to look at it. It looked dirty. All right, let's see what the chat's saying. Get the likes up here in the chat. Get the likes up. Here's the next clip. All right, I see some people coming in. You're backstage, but your camera isn't on. As you're coming in to join the stream for open panel debate night, make sure your audio and camera is on. I will not bring you up if your audio and your camera isn't on. I like when you click the link in the YouTube description or the link that's pinned in the YouTube comments to join debate night. I can see you backstage and I can see if your camera is on or if your camera is off. So we got two people back here currently right now, but your camera is off. I will not allow you up without your camera off. Also, since we're live on TikTok right now, when I bring you up, you must give me your age. You got to give me your age. That's just one of the rules on TikTok, I do believe. So since we're streaming on TikTok too, I will ask you name, age, and where you're from. Just go ahead and give me your name, age, and where you're from. And then you can ask any questions and we can go ahead and get into the debate. But make sure your camera is on. Once again, okay, I see in the comments, how can I join? You can join by clicking the link that's pinned in the YouTube comments. So if you are currently on Facebook or TikTok, then you want to go on over to YouTube. That's No Fugazee Podcast on YouTube. Click the link that's pinned in the comments on YouTube or click the link that's in the description, the first link in the YouTube description, and you'll come up. Now, when you click that link, I'll bring you up. You'll be on TikTok as well. So because since my platform is live right now on Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok, when you click that link, you'll actually be live on TikTok, Facebook, and YouTube. So that's how you do it. All right. Let's get to the next clip here. Okay, let's see what we got in store.
The camera. All right, guys. All right, guys. So that's what I'm taking on a date.
Because you're not taking me on a date. Put some lip gloss on your lips.
And why is that?
Because you're not my type, babe.
What's your type?
Not you.
Explain to the viewers. What's your type?
You know, well, my type is very Christian. It's very godly. It's very in and out church.
Christian, godly.
Yes, absolutely.
So you want a Christian man?
Absolutely.
Right off the bat, this woman is delusional. She is delusional. So right off the bat, he says, spin around for the camera. She got on Daisy Dukes with a crop top, with a big old tattoo on her arm. Huge tattoo on her arm. Then she has the nerve to, she says, well, you're not my type. Totally just rejects him. And he took the rejection well. Shout outs to him for taking the rejection well. Like, yeah, whatever. But then he asked her, what's your type? She says nothing about, this is the thing, chat. This is what women do. This is womenese. And I need you guys to be able to decipher when women speak this way, because she rejected him. And well, why? She doesn't know that he's a Christian man, a God-fearing man. She doesn't know these things, but she rejected him as, you're not my type. But in reality, the reason why he isn't her type is because he doesn't meet her prerequisites. And a woman's prerequisites is very simple, man. We all judge a book by its cover. So the prerequisites, generally speaking, is normally for women. Well, there's a height preference, meaning taller than them. And essentially, her and him, they look the same height. So since she can look him eye to eye, and I actually think that she may be a little bit taller, right? So just the simple fact that they're the same height or he's a little bit shorter, we can already say like, yeah, that's why you are not her type, because you're not tall enough. So this is just a general thing. This doesn't mean that some women won't date short men. That doesn't mean that. Exceptions don't make the rule, right? But generally speaking, women want a man that's taller, that's in shape, and that's making good money. And I would say that in good money, I would say that, okay, 6 figures or above, right? Now, you probably think, well, the woman doesn't know how much money you make. So how, what do you mean by this, Cooley? Well, women are very good at assessing a man. So she'll look at think about it. They hold 80% of consumer debt. So they do a lot of spending. So based off of what you wear, based off of maybe the car you drive, based off of even how you speak, right? It's like, you just look broke. You look broke, you speak broke, you don't act like you got money, you don't have this confidence like you even have it. You get what I'm saying? So women will assess a man real fast and then reject that man real fast as well. So I had a clip that went viral, right? I was on a podcast called Tonight's Conversation that went viral, and a woman said exactly what this woman just said. So the woman asked me, well, do you consider yourself a top tier man? I said, well, no, I don't consider myself a top tier man, but I'll go ahead and give some qualities of what a woman thinks a top tier man is. I'm over 6 foot. I'm 6'4", make well over 6 figures, and I'm black, because a lot of women tend to race as well. You get what I'm saying? So race would be important to a lot of women too. So I went ahead and said that, and essentially she's like, well, I don't consider that a top tier man. A top tier man is someone that has good morals and good values and has a good relationship with God and has this and this. I'm like, you're just speaking womenese right now, because if you met that man, you wouldn't even give him a chance, because you don't even know what's on the inside. Everyone is judging the outside, right? So, well, would you give a guy that shares all those values, but he's broken, he's 5'2"? No, you wouldn't, right? But essentially, this video is proving my point, right? This man is shorter, and he may not be broke, but he doesn't look like, he has anything, just wearing a regular little chain, and a t-shirt, which is fine. This doesn't mean that you don't have money. Freaking Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg walk around how this guy is dressed right now, and they're worth billions. So women are just naive on that part too. But let's continue on.
You think you look Christian right now?
It doesn't matter about what I look like. It's about what I want, and my man's gonna lead.
Well, the guy's gonna look what he sees.
Yeah.
You think a guy sees
So it's
holy?
about his approach. He's gonna lead me, and I'm gonna follow. And we're gonna make our way to Christ. Okay? He's also not gonna be judgmental. He's also not gonna be ready to point out what's not there, right?
Essentially, she's saying that the man is not going to be judgmental. So she wants a man that's going to, she wants a man with no standards. Essentially, she wants a God-fearing man with a height requirement that's everything, but with zero standards at all. He's not going to be judgmental. He's not going to hold me accountable for anything, meaning that I can wear what I want, I can do what I want, and behave how I want, and he's just going to love me for me. This is delusion right here. But we got someone in the chat with their camera on right now that's backstage. I'm going to go ahead and take a quick pause for the calls and bring up looks like a debater, or who knows. I'm going to go ahead and bring her up, and we can go ahead and have a discussion. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. State your name. Where you from?
Christina Gonzalez. I'm from Houston.
Christina Gonzalez from Houston. And how old are you?
30.
30. Okay, perfect. And what do you want to debate about tonight?
Well, it wasn't really a debate, but she seems really combative.
Oh, you mean the woman in the clip?
Yeah. Was that what we were talking about?
Yeah. That's what I was just reacting to. Yep.
Yeah, she doesn't seem like she would be a good follower if I'm just looking from the clip.
You mean like a follower of Christ because she said that she
Well,
wants a God-fearing man, or what do you mean?
like of the man. You know how they
Oh,
say,
okay, like
right?
following the man's lead.
Right.
Yeah, from
I,
what I can see in that, I don't think so either.
yeah, and I'm seeing this a lot lately with like the modern woman. And my friends like bash me when I say this because I'm like, the man is supposed to lead you. Sometimes you just have to be quiet and you have to let him lead. Because if not, like, what do you do? Because, women can be delusional sometimes. And in your feelings and stuff. And the man kind of brings out the reality. He's like, no, this is what it is. And
Yeah, I would say that from the clip, you're saying that it doesn't seem like she has the ability to lead. I can see where, maybe you can pick that out as because she's being combative. So, I wouldn't say this. I wouldn't say if she's being combative. I would say that she is aggressive. So instead of saying that she's combative, I was saying that she's exuding a lot of masculine energy. That's what I would say from it. Because he didn't ask anything for them to combat about or argue against. You get what I'm saying? He just asked her questions and she's answering, but in like an abrasive masculine way, not feminine. You get what I'm saying?
yeah, and she
So,
was right because he did something with his hand and then she shoved it or something. Is that what I saw? Did I see that correctly?
you know what? If you could have picked that up, I didn't pick that up. You could be right.
Yeah. So maybe she's a little tipsy because you can hear her slurring. So maybe she was
Yeah.
like, how alcohol and all that. So going back to that other clip with the feminine men.
Yeah.
So do you feel like there's a lack of masculine men, so women are just settling?
Do I feel that there's a lack of masculine men, so women are just settling? Well, there are a lot of feminine men out there. I don't feel like there's a lack of masculine men, though, right? I think that essentially what happens is most women, and there's even statistics on this, on dating apps, women was polled, and most women are attracted to only a small portion of men, but most men are attracted to a huge portion of women. So I think it's about 80% of women are only attracted to 20% of men. But flip side, on the men's side, men are attracted to about 80% of women. You know what I'm saying? So when dating and stuff occurs, women, they would meet a man that they would actually on the same level. But this woman has an overinflated sense of ego because she gets a lot of free attention from all of those 80% of men. So she, instead of, she's probably like a 5, but she thinks she's an 8. So then she will disqualify an average guy. So essentially I'm saying that average women do not want average men. So they're not really always settling. And even if they do settle, if they feel like if a woman feels like she's settling, that's a recipe for disaster. Normally she'll grow resentment. She'll break up with him. Or if they get married, a divorce is, waiting to happen.
Wow. Okay. So are you married?
I'm not married. Are you?
Oh, no. But
Do you plan on getting married?
Well, see, this is the thing. So I would love to be married, and like have kids and do all that. But I don't think my mindset is yet there to allow a man to fully lead me. And that's because okay, so when I have kids, I don't want to work. Like I want to be home with my children and like taking care. However, that requires a certain trust from the
Okay.
yeah, and maybe it's like the finding.
You're cutting in and out a little bit. I can't hear you. Say that again.
Oh, I'm sorry. What part did you hear?
I heard that, well, you're not married, but one of the reasons maybe why you're not married is because you don't know if it's the right timing, because you don't think that you would want to put yourself in a situation where the man would have to lead you. Do I have that right?
I would love to be led. I feel like that's my place. Men and women, I'm definitely like a gender role type of lady.
Okay.
But like when I have kids, I want to be home with them. I don't want to work. And
Okay.
that requires me to have like a certain level of trust in the man to feel comfortable doing that, because he's going to have to provide 100%.
Okay, you said a few things there that contradicted some of the things that you said, but I think I get the gist of it. Essentially, you're saying that if you are in a relation, one of the reasons why you're not in a relationship, because most of the men that you are encountering, you don't feel like they are trustworthy enough for you to go ahead and put all your eggs in that one basket so that man can lead you.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, got it. So I would say that, I get that. I get what you're saying. But if you think that you are a traditional woman and you do adhere to gender roles, then you got to go ahead and take that leap of faith. And you want to take that leap of faith with using discernment as well. And women, it's hard for them to make good judgment when they're speaking to men. So I would say it's good to have maybe a father around or your brother around, someone that doesn't want sexual access from you to help you, decipher out the men that you would be dating or the men that you would want to date.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Father all the time. And he's like, you're just not dating the right guy. He's like, you're going about it totally different. But I'm like, it's different in his time and the current time. Like, I don't know. It's just kind of weird to date. Anyways.
So question for you then. So, all right. So you're not married, but you are dating. And one of the reasons why you're not married, because you really can't, you can't find a leader. The other thing is this, right? So like, let's just reverse it. Let's say if I want something as a man, right? Say I want this type of woman. And I can't get this type of woman. But I do know that there are these type of women that's out there, right? So let's just make it simple for this example. I want chicks with a small waist and a fat booty. Let's just make it very simple for this example. I want a small waist and a fat booty, but it seems like all the small waists and fat booties, it's hard to get them. It's like I'll be trying to push up, but they either got a man or they're not interested. I just can't get what I want. You would say to me like, well, one, maybe you should change your standards, or two, maybe you should like increase your value in a way or become more attractive to those type of women that you want. You would say that, right? Because it would be something that I'm doing wrong if I can't get what I want.
Well, for men, it's different because I feel like men are more visual. At some point, I feel like y'all would still be with a lady who looks like really good, but she doesn't respect you. It's because y'all are so visual. And I don't know, because I've heard...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's a different part of the conversation. Yes, we do know that there are simps out there. They get in a relationship with the woman and the woman is disrespecting them. And the only reason why they're in that relationship is for sexual access or because they're tolerating all of her bad behaviors because she has the small waist and the big butt. Mm-hmm. That's different, right? So I'm not speaking about what the person will tolerate or what the person will not tolerate. I'm speaking about just getting exactly what you want. So if I'm a man and I want a woman, or let's just say that, let's just flip it. Forget the outer attraction. Let's say I want a woman to follow my lead, right? But I can't find a woman that's going to follow my lead. Every woman that I speak to is like, they want to be independent. They want to go ahead and do whatever they want. They do not want to go ahead and follow my lead. And I'm just like, dang, what's going on? Mm-hmm. What advice would you give to me as a man? What would you say?
Maybe like change your environment.
Okay, what else?
Yeah. Maybe stop going for the same, like you said, like the same type of woman.
Okay, what else?
Yeah. I don't know, because a lot of women are not moldable nowadays. So I would say, I don't know, probably get somebody young.
Oh, okay. What else?
That's all I got.
That's all you got. Okay, so the one thing...
from like a 2-parent household too. I don't know, cause
Okay. So the one thing that you missed here with the advice that you would give to a man in order to get what he wants is you never said to change your behavior. So to look in the mirror, to self-reflect and increase your value. You get what I'm saying? So if you want something, it's just like if you're applying to a job. This job has these type of requirements that you need in order for you to get this job. Your resume needs to have these requirements. When you have the interview, you need to speak in a manner as you do qualify and you can do these skills and these tasks for the job. So essentially what I'm saying is the main advice for a man would be to increase your value, to become a better suitable candidate for the person that you actually want, right? Now we can take that general self-improvement and we can map that onto you. We can map that onto you. You want a certain type of man that is a leader, but you're having a hard time attracting this man, right? Having a hard time attracting this man.
So I attract a lot of men. Like you, maybe it's just like the physical thing. And I'm not saying I don't attract men who are gonna be leaders. It's me personally, like, would I trust him enough for that?
Okay, so think about what you just said. You're attracting men that you do not trust enough for that, because that's what it is.
Yeah, well, maybe that's a personal thing.
Well, I mean, I would say this. You're 30 years old. You're not a virgin, right? So the thing is, since you're not a virgin, you are in a particular spot in your life where you've experienced a lot. I don't know. I'm not speaking about body count or anything like that. You've experienced enough life for you to compare and contrast.
Right.
And since you are going to compare and contrast, it makes it harder for you to like make a decision. Just think about if you're like,
True.
If you're in an ice cream store.
That's so true.
There's all these flavors, right? And guess what? You tasted all the flavors too. Yikes. When you go in there, it's gonna be like, well, dang, butter pecan is good. I like Rocky Road though too. Which one do I want? I could mix it, but I am on a diet today, so I'm gonna cut out the peanuts. I'm on a diet. I'm gonna cut out the chocolate, but I do want some caramel. So it's gonna take longer for you to go ahead and to make a decision to pick out the ice cream because you've experienced much, right? Yeah. Now think about if you were younger. You go into an ice cream store, you never had ice cream before. It's gonna be a very easy, fast choice. Vanilla, thank you. Mm-hmm. Or you'll walk into the store like, well, any type of ice cream you have, I'll take it, right? So women become a victim to their own experiences. So that's one thing that you have to realize. And this is why having a father figure around to help you cipher out men is a good thing. Mm-hmm. Don't date this guy. I can see that he doesn't have any good leadership qualities, but he has riz. Guess what? The only reason why you're talking to him right now because he rizzed you up. Talk to this guy, Jeremy. Jeremy, good job. He ain't really got no riz like that. He's a straight shooter. He talks proper. He's a blue collar worker. He had his job for 20 years. This is going to be a good guy for you. But Jeremy, in your eyes, is a cornball. Right? But guess what? Jeremy, in reality, is going to be the most trustworthy guy. He kept a job for 20 years. Maybe he can't crack a good joke and make you laugh. Maybe he ain't got the stroke like Tyrone. But guess what? Jeremy is going to be a good, suitable, long-term candidate for you. But the thing is, you don't want Jeremy because you're all in your feelings, so it's hard for you to make a decision. So this is because, and I'm saying all of this to say that you are in this like dichotomy almost of, or this like loophole of always comparing and contrasting. So it actually is hard for you to like settle and find a man that is trustworthy. The other side of that coin though is actually looking in the mirror, self-reflecting, and trying to increase, because you don't approach men, do you?
No.
You don't approach men. So you advertise yourself. You post pictures on Instagram or you go somewhere and look cute and you stand there, right? So men approach you. And the only guys that approach you is the only ones that you are choosing from. So think about that. The only guys that you are choosing from is the men that either slide in your DM or approach you physically in person. Now, if you want to increase options or better options, then you would have to change the way you advertise yourself.
Right.
Make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, for sure. Okay, so what do you think of men who are married for like 8+ years, but they have a girlfriend outside?
Men married for 8+ years and got a girlfriend?
Outside. Is that
I mean, David in the Bible had that. I mean, Martin Luther King had that. I mean, do I, from a moral standpoint,
so is that something
is it lying and leading someone on? That's not morally good. That's not good to do. But we don't know their relationship. That could be something that the woman is cool with. Who knows? I need more context.
Okay, right. Okay. Well, I feel like it's not cheating if the woman knows about it. And if she's aware, obviously it's cheating if she has no clue.
That would be true. Yes.
And I'm afraid of that too. I'm afraid of like, okay, what if I'm married to somebody for like 10+ years? I got 3 kids with them. We have a beautiful home. And then I find out 2 years later, he has this girlfriend of 3 years.
Did it ever happen to you before?
Yeah.
Well, that's why. See, look, once again, you become a victim of your experiences. So every time you've experienced a man, every relationship you experience and stuff like that, what you do is the future man, you make it harder for the future guy because your standards actually go up. So this is the thing when it comes to women. Do you have any daughters or no? Got kids?
No, I don't have kids.
You don't got any kids? Well, that's. I mean, okay, fair enough. You're single, 30 years old, no kids. All right, it ain't like you coming with kids. You're not a single baby mama, so that's a good thing as far as you being in a dating marketplace. But
married before I have kids. That's why. Like I want to do that. I feel like that would be the appropriate thing to do if you have a choice. I think it's crazy to try to have a kid if the man is like, I don't want the kid, or try to get pregnant by somebody, maybe just because they have money or whatever. Because the kid is going to suffer, and most likely you're probably going to suffer because you're going to have this kid alone. So yeah, I don't believe in that.
Okay, no, fair enough. I mean, the one thing I just want to point out, and if there's anything you take away from this, and the reason why I asked you if you have a daughter is because guess what? You can't change your experiences now. You are a victim of your experiences, meaning that everything that you've experienced in the past creates this mental baggage, right? It's like mental baggage, and it's hard to get away from. It's because it's like, the past guy put me through this and it felt bad. I don't want to feel that again. So with this future guy, guess what? I'm going to put up walls. I'm going to increase my standards, and I'm going to be like a little bit weary of every other guy because I don't want to experience that pain that I felt before. So essentially, the other guys, the future men experience the pain and a hurt that these other guys put you through because you make it harder for them.
Yeah, and when you put it that way, that's not fair because every male is not the same.
It isn't fair, but do you see why now on this side of the internet, we tell men to date younger women? It isn't just because of they can give more babies. Mm-hmm. They'll, fertile and stuff like that. The youth, the beauty. Yeah, great. But one of the things is they've experienced less.
Yeah.
They got less walls up. They got less baggage. They got less mental trauma. It's an easier, hey, you want to go ahead and go out? Sure, I'll go ahead and go out with you. It's like, ask you, hey, you want to go ahead and go out? Well, I don't know. We got to talk a little bit more. Let's do a couple FaceTime calls. Let's talk for like 4 weeks or something like that. First, meet me in a public place. Let me see your mommy. What church you go to? Let me go to your, it's just so much stuff so you can feel comfortable because other men hurt you. It's like, forget this. I'll take the young chick.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, if she's worth it, I guess. Yeah, that's a lot. When you put it that way, it makes sense. I guess it's all.
The thing is, for some men, it is worth it because they don't have options. But the other thing is, if the man doesn't have options, generally speaking, you're not even attracted to the guys that don't have options. So there are men that would. It don't matter how much mental trauma you have or things that past guys put you through. The truth is, you can actually go ahead and get a man that is loyal, that is trustworthy, but it's a high probability that you've already dismissed those guys already. They're like in your DMs right now. Trustworthy dude. Like if trustworthy is what you're prioritizing, you have that. They're in your DMs.
Yeah, so the ones that want us, that are probably good for us, we're just not attracted to, which is so wrong. That's so bad.
Yeah, that's what women suffer through. Men, we don't suffer through that because our standards are not that high, generally speaking.
Yeah. Well, okay. All right. Well, thank you for your advice. We're having to take that.
Listen, good conversation. Thanks for joining No Fugazee Podcast. How did you find out about the podcast?
No, you know what? I've actually been watching a few of your clips, and the women that you bring on there, I don't know, it's kind of crazy sometimes how they speak to you. And then I'm like, and then you're really calm about it. Like you'll just be calm, and then you're just like, okay, we'll get her out of here. But then it's still the same women that are coming up there just like speaking crazy. I think there was one who was like cutting you off, and then you were like, okay, you were still trying to get your point out, but she was still going off or something. It was like an African-American lady. And then I'm like, I would never do that. And then I'm thinking like, what makes them do this? Is it because they don't have no respect? Is it how they were raised? So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, some of these chicks they don't really know how to respect, male authority. They got no respect for male authority. They wasn't raised with a father or any type of masculine man.
Right.
They don't know how to follow guidance, or not only that. The thing is, they do know how to follow guidance because they go to a job and they follow their boss. So the thing is, they value certain things just more important. Like their value, the way they value things is their mental system of measuring values is just all off. So they'll value their boss because their boss gives them a check, but the guy that they spread their legs open to and allows that guy to penetrate her, she doesn't value him more than the boss. Well, you have sex with this guy. Yeah. You should be valuing that guy more than you value your boss. It's crazy. So they don't meaning that they don't even value themselves that much. Because if you think about it, the vagina should be valuable. It should be the sacred place, right? It should be. But these women don't really think like that. And it's like, oh, well, yeah, I'll let Kyle hit it. But you can't talk back to me like that. Yeah, I've run this relationship. But meanwhile, they'll go to a job and anything the boss tells them, yes, boss, I'll be there. Yes, boss, this time, yes, you need these papers up. You need these emails. They'll do everything the boss tells them to do. But the dude that she submits to in her bed is just like, he's nothing.
Okay, but is that coming from because obviously she doesn't respect him. And then is he even being a good leader if she's not wanting to submit in that way? He's allowed.
Not necessarily, though. No, because one, if you are going to have sex is sacred. We do know this. It is. Not even supposed to be. It actually is. Yeah. Like the woman that's a virgin, when she has sex for the first time, she bleeds. So obviously it's something very important there. And not only that, when women just don't have sex with anyone. Like we can say there's a few slurs out there, 0.1%, that's like Bonnie Blue and having sex with 1,500 guys in a day. Yeah, that's different. That's very, very far few in between. She's a 0.1%er, right? But generally speaking, most women, in order for them to have sex with a man, they'll have to like that man. They got to like that man to a degree. And if you are having sex with this man and liking this man, right, then you are already women are so silly because they're already doing the most ultimate form of submission. Sex for a woman is the most ultimate form of submission. You going to your job and following what your boss says is not even the most ultimate form of submission for a woman. The most ultimate form of submission is laying on your back and being penetrated. And not only that, during this time of sex, the man can do whatever he wants. He can throw you around, smack you around, do whatever. You literally give your body and your will up to this man during the intercourse session, right? But that same woman that's with that man that she just had sex with, right after that, she's like, oh, well, I'm still an independent woman. You got to listen to me. I run this. It's just dumb. The reason why they think this way is because they was indoctrinated via feminists.
Yeah,
the feminist movement.
Yeah, that's crazy. Why would you think you don't need a man? Like so if I get robbed, I'm going to call the police and they better send a guy. If a woman comes in here, I'm going to be like, what is happening? Like, what are you doing? The building that I live in, a man built it. Men built it.
Yeah. And I would say this. Do you know that you were even indoctrinated by the feminist movement? Even though you are aware of like, I do want a leader. I do want to adhere to gender roles. You are also, by your actions and where you're at as a 30-year-old single woman, you are also indoctrinated by feminism. Because feminism is just not like, oh, independent boss babe. Yeah, it's all of that. But essentially, overall, what it's telling women is to prioritize your job and a career and push off family and children.
Yeah.
And if you're 30 years old and you didn't prioritize, like say if you actually prioritize family and children, you would be married right now and you would have some children because you're not an ugly woman. Light skin, you got some braids. It's not like you're obese. I'm not saying anything crazy up here. And I'm just being real, got to be real, keep it no Fugazee here. So it's not like I got this horrible, ugly woman up here that can't get a man, because most women can still get a man anyway. So I would say that you are actually also a victim of being indoctrinated by feminism, and we can see that because of your actions.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
The reality.
So sometimes it hits you directly where you actually speak and your behaviors would be like direct, meaning that if you came on stream and you like, Coley, you being masculine and you're saying like, oh, I'm a boss babe, I need a man to have this and this and this, then we can actually like, it'll be very easy to see. Like, oh, okay, this chick is a feminist, right? But you by your actions and how you've behaved in your past, we would also call you a feminist as well, because you was indoctrinated by feminism, which is why you chose the path that you chose. So that's just a for you.
Yeah, that's messed up. Well, so what do I need? I need to like by yesterday, I should have changed my ways like 3 years ago.
Well, now guess what? Since you've waited until you was 30 to have this mindset, you've already experienced a lot of life. You've experienced men. And since you've already experienced things, guess what? You've already are a victim of feminism. Because remember the conversation previously that we had is, well, it's very hard for you to find a man that you feel that you can trust him. And the only reason why you feel this way is because you've chosen men that did you wrong in the past. You get what I'm saying? So you're comparing and contrasting now. You get what I'm saying? So let's say if you did things the traditional way and the gender role way, which would be 18 years old, you prioritize a family and children, meaning that you're actually putting yourself in a situation to market yourself in the best way to find the best man that you can. And also having guidance from a brother or a father, some type of masculine guidance to help you source out a candidate for you, you wouldn't be in the position that you was in. So your actions will be different than the usual feminist actions, meaning sexual liberation, dating, hooking up, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that really messed us up.
Yeah, and most of us are. I mean, I was a victim of it too. You know what I mean? I've just to be honest with you, I wasn't born with this mindset at all. But I am a man that I got exactly what I want. You know what I mean? And I am a leader in my home.
Yeah.
And I have many children.
I remember you saying that you you weren't raised with a father, so you had to like obtain this information. You had to like teach yourself and stuff.
Yeah. I had to discover manhood on my own. So as a man, if you're raised by a single mother, a woman or a woman cannot teach you how to become a man. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah.
So most men in that situation, either they become like a male feminist where they're like, oh yeah, let's go 50-50. And the woman is leading and they're okay with these things. Or they buckle down and they discover manhood on their own. Yeah. And it wash away all of the feminist garbage gets washed away. The difference is me as a man, I can say I just kind of discovered this, this information and this type of mindset and this attitude that I have about dating and relationships and just about life, period, maybe about 28 years old. About 28 years old is when I actually like discovered this mindset. I'm 36 now. So only 8 years ago, I would say I discovered this. You know what I mean? So I would say that for a lot of the time, I wouldn't say I was blue pill for the chat. No, I was never blue pill. Homie never had a problem getting chicks and never wasn't pedestalizing them. But I was definitely, there were some other little things that it's like, well, you could be a little bit more masculine in some of these areas when it comes to certain things, right? But yeah, hey, I want to get some more people up. I do enjoy the conversation, but any last questions?
No. Thank you.
Cool. Well, thank you for joining No Fugazee Podcast. Have a blessed one.
Bye.
Hey, where you go, Wick Kid Dreams? I see you in there. You just went out. I was about to bring you up. Oh, you okay? You hit me in a private chat. Chat getting bored next. Okay, I see what you said. Chat getting bored next. I just read that. I didn't even know that they was getting bored. But nah, man, she came in. She was, honest, well-spoken woman. She didn't come in ratchet. She didn't come in complaining. She just asked simple questions. I gave her some advice. And that's the thing, man. I know you guys, always look for me to like wreck a chick. Some women need to be wrecked. They need that, reality check, and maybe in an abrasive way where it almost seems like I'm attacking. I'm on offense, right? Some of them need that, but this woman didn't need that. She wasn't one of those ratchet types. So, but I explained things to her in a way where I think she does understand, man. I think she does. So shouts out to her. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and get to some more clips. Anyone that wants to go ahead and join stream, click the first link in the YouTube description or click the link that's pinned in the YouTube comments. If you are tuning in on Facebook or TikTok, if you want to join the stream, just come on over to YouTube. That's No Fugazee Podcast on YouTube. All right. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. What's going on, Wicked?
Oh, man. Hey, so I had to come on here because we got Sarah in chat hating on this chick who was just on here because we were all like, yo, this girl's actually being respectful. She got a good mindset. She want to be in the right place. Yeah. It's cool. So we need to get Sarah up here talking all this trash, saying that she ugly and all this. But Sarah got on so much makeup, she go to clown school. So we need to see what she really looked like.
Okay, there's a Sarah in the chat. Let me see. Let me see.
Oh yeah.
What's her at? Sarah what?
I just said Sarah. That's all. So we got to get her up here because she's talking all this trash. And let's see, let's see what she really about. She hating, bro. It's hilarious.
Where is? Okay, I see it.
Yeah. She got no personality. You need to brush your face with all.
So Sarah, if you are watching this, right, and thank you for that, Wick Kid. Thank you for modding the chat for me and keeping me up to date, man. I appreciate you. Anything else for me, man, or that's it?
No, I'll be back.
I appreciate you. Have a good one. Okay. So, Sarah, welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. You are welcome to join the stream as well. As you can see, I was very respectful to the last lady. So I'll also give you the same respect as long as you respect me. So you're welcome to the stream, and we can speak about whatever you want to speak about. Just go ahead and click the first link in the YouTube description or the link that's pinned in the YouTube comments, and I'll bring you on up. All right. And while you can come in anytime, I'll finish reacting to this clip that I was reacting to, and I'll bring you up anytime. So feel free to come on up. All right, here we go. All right, so this is what I was reacting to. This masculine chick. Let's continue on.
I'm looking you in your eyes because you looked at me, you're ready to judge. So I'm telling you the same thing. Okay?
So you're a man of God. You're a holy.
I'm just telling you what I want. You asked me what I want. That's the question of today.
And I want to hear from you. Are you holy?
That's the question. I'm on my way to being holy. It's a work in progress.
So look, she wants a holy man, but she's not holy herself. I'm on my way to being holy. But okay, but you want a man that's already holy? Come on now. You don't even qualify for the holy man if you're not holy. She's speaking complete nonsense.
Nobody's 100% holy. We're all working to be there.
So back then, you used to be a player.
I didn't say that.
You say you're working your way.
Don't twist it. Don't make it ugly. Okay?
I'm not.
Because at the end of the day, you got somebody to face, not me. But if you want to follow me, you can. _Marie 95. You can do that. I love it. I love my God. I'm all about that.
You judge by saying I'm not your type.
So look what she's saying. I love my God. I'm all about that. Meanwhile, why don't you have God tattooed on you? You got whatever tattoo this is. Maybe it's a rose. So I guess you love this rose more than you love God. Meanwhile, if you love God so much, why are you wearing Daisy Dukes where your cheeks is hanging out pretty much the bottom of them little shorts? And you got this little crop top on. If you love God so much, essentially what you're witnessing here is just a delusional woman. She's delusional. She doesn't understand anything about life.
No. I don't judge. But I said you're giving judgmental.
You gave judgment to me.
Yeah.
You say I'm not your type.
You came in that with that. Yeah.
Right. She said, I don't judge. But right off the bat, she judged him and she said, you're not my type. Then she goes on to explain my type is a God-fearing man. Well, wait, you didn't even give him a chance to see if he is a God-fearing man. You didn't even give him a chance to see if he is holy. You judged him off of face value. He was too short, maybe didn't meet your race preference and stuff like that, and you judged him. You want an athlete. Look like you want a nigga that's 6'4", that's dunking, that's playing in the pros or something. That's what type of dude you do want. And guess what? That dude, you would accept him and you would marry that man even if he isn't holy. That's the truth, right? This chick would fully fall victim for her prerequisites. Whatever her prerequisites are, if the man meets the prerequisites, like an athlete or a man of status that has some money, that's the height preference, that's the built preference, she's not going to care about his values. Values? What? You can even say that this chick right here, she would date a drug dealer, a person that does like some illegal type of activity. As long as he meets the prerequisites, height, money, and this, she would even accept that type of man. She looked like she already dated those type of men.
So I was trying to help this short king get a number from this ginger, and out of nowhere, she just comes over and just smacks the camera out of our freaking hand. The girl that we just interviewed. For some reason, I don't know what, I guess she got triggered from the interview and she just came and smacked it. And supposedly she's Christian.
I know how it is, bro, because I do content too, bro.
So the girl that they just interviewed, the one that says she wants a holy man, came over and smacked the camera. And she's supposed to be holy. Good catch on that one. Good catch. All right. Let's see where we at. Let's go to the chat. See what we got going on. Get the likes up. Don't be a ninja watcher. All right, we got a few chats here. We got Trey Black. Who is gonna be the person you debate against next? Okay, who is gonna be the next person I debate against? The last girl I had on stream, it wasn't a debate. It was just a discussion. It was a conversation. We got Judge Me Not sends in $5. You're drunk dunk tank. Okay, we read that one already. We got Gray Win says, invite her back to the show. She's respectful. Yeah, I would invite her back to the show. I'm not sure where she's located at, but if she, I can't remember her name, but to the girl, if you're still watching, the girl that was just on the stream, if you're in the, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, New York area, shoot us a DM via Instagram at No Fugazi Podcast on IG. And if you want to come on one of the full panel dating shows, you're welcome to do so. We'll have you on. We'll cover your gas expense as well, too. Well, at least we'll reimburse you on gas if you're like in New York or something, or like 2 hours away. We got you. Let's see here. We got Uncle Tiger Sneezes says in $5. Nice girl and all, but this is debate night, not free coaching night. Next. That is facts. Listen, man, you that is true, chat. That my chat is ruthless, but you're right. It is debate night. I'm here for the smoke. But, when a chick come up, it seems like she was in a place and she was also super, super respectful. So why not give her some coaching? All right. Let's see what we got here. Welcome to No Fugazi Podcast. State your name. Where you from?
Oh, what's up, man?
What's going on, man?
It's a sick cat from Brooklyn. I didn't know I was going to get on so fast.
Yeah, I got you on, man. Yo, since we're live on TikTok, just give me your age, because it's one of the rules on TikTok.
Oh, my age?
Yeah.
Oh, 52.
Bet. Cool. What you here to debate about, man?
Yeah, I was putting in the chat just in case what I was going to debate, but since I'm here already, do you think a woman's body is her temple?
Yeah. Like I think a woman, the body is her temple. I believe that every human being, our body is our temple, not just the woman. I would say the man as well too. That's why, biblically speaking, you want to. They say biblically, the closest thing to godliness is cleanliness. So this would mean that the body is our temple. So from that standpoint, yes. But what are you trying to get at?
Well, I don't think the woman's. Well, okay, well that goes for men and women, but
in what context are you speaking about, though, in regards to the body, not the temple for the woman?
Her private parts.
Okay, fair enough.
Usually people say, they relate that to her temple. Her body's a temple. She's cleansed. She's, depending on how many men she slept with. If she slept in, she had 5 men. It's hard for her to pair bond with somebody.
True.
I understand all that, right?
Yeah.
But when I was growing up in school, they always say your temple's right here, up here in the dome. And athletes, once they activate that temple, then their body becomes the temple. When they use this brain, their body becomes the temple. But what I noticed that women, their private part was made for menstruating, sex, and having babies. So it's kind of hard to explain how I say this. Like, they was made to have sex. Now, in other words, I'm married. Me and my wife, we had sex for decades. All right.
Yeah.
And I know how to please her, and she know how to please me. But like for someone that's young, and they go on a date, and the woman say, "Oh, I only been with somebody for 3 times," and you say, "Okay, low body count," and you start to have intimacy with this woman, and she has orgasms and stuff like that, and you feel like you're the man, and you know exactly. You just bond like that physically, but then she tells you in the date later on, I lied to you. I had about 10. Now, the man mentally will go through something, and it would send a different signal in their brain, like, damn, I was giving you orgasms, I could feel it, I could see it, it wasn't no faking. But now you're telling me you had 10. Now my mind is somewhere else. Like, now I don't think you could pair bond with me. So sometimes we get this thing where, since we're doing it in the bed, we think that we have this close bond. And I'm saying, like, athletes, women as boxers and stuff like that. I think everything starts here in the mind with the man and the woman, and not just how many men she has. Now, it only means something if she has so many men when it's time to pair bond with another man. That's the problem. That's the issue.
Oh yeah, I was trying to follow you so you can like tie it in so it makes sense. So essentially you're saying that you don't think that the woman's vagina is her temple. Yeah, temple would mean like, worship, I guess. No one should be worshiping a woman's vagina, the woman's vagina, she brings about life, so that's a good thing. But the man is the one that inserts the seed of life, I would say. She just is the process of bringing that about. But okay, I see what you're saying. So essentially, you're saying that if the woman has a whole lot of bodies, the probability decreases for her to pair bond with the man. So mentally pair bond with a man. That's what pair bonding is, mentally. But if the woman is, what are you saying here exactly? Like if she's
so in other words,
mentally, then it doesn't matter how many men she had.
Well, in other words, I'm married, so I don't have this issue. But I'm just saying, like, for men that's not married or they single or they go on a date and the woman lie and say, "No, I only been with 3." Maybe she's 22, 23, and she just say something to make you feel comfortable, and then all of a sudden, mentally, after you felt like you had a connection physically, come to find out, she tells you she's been with 10 men. Now, mentally, you're like, yeah, got it.
Well, the thing is, it really doesn't matter what the woman tells you. So the woman can lie. You don't listen to women at all. The key in life is not to like listen to what the woman says. No, the reason
actions
is their actions. So you follow how their actions are. So even if she says her body count is 2, but it's really 50, but you never find out, you'll know if you just follow her actions by the way she acts and how she behaves and stuff like that. And, if she's going out all the time, if she's drinking, if she's smoking, if she has these vices, well, obviously we can say that, well, you have all of these vices that you didn't get control of yet, where you lack discipline. Well, how do I know that you have sexual discipline if you lack discipline in all of these other areas? You get what I'm saying? So, you got to follow the woman's actions.
Yeah, because sometimes, men, we young, and once we get a connection sexually and mentally, they con us. But then you feel like you're the man because you got her, orgasm and squirting all this stuff. You feel like, okay, well, I'm the man. And she only had 3 body counts. And next thing you know, she tells you 10 or 15. And you'd be like, wait a minute. If I could do this as easy as, that means the next man can do this as easy as with you. Young men got to get out of that situation because it's very easy to get caught up in that.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, I agree. That's a mindset that most men find themselves in at some point in time. It isn't masculine. That's a feminine mindset to find yourself in, where you're like, when it comes to sex, bro, think about it. Like when you masculine and you're on your purpose, let's say if you're on your purpose,
right?
Vagina is not anything that you're thinking about.
Right.
It's like, you're not worried about that. But when you're young, you're not getting none. Sometimes that's like all you're thinking about. Right. And that's very feminine to be thinking about the pleasuring yourself all the time or throughout the day or throughout the week. Like that type of mindset isn't going to get you. I would say that's feminine. That isn't masculine. But yeah, man, good conversation, man. You had anything else for me?
Yeah, but the end game to it is just like, don't get blinded by just the sexual connection and how you make her feel. Like you said, you got to go by the actions.
That chick has to add value outside of sex. Sex, cool, but she got to add value outside of sex for sure. But good conversation, man. Have a blessed one, brother. Appreciate you.
All right.
Not really a debate. Just, I guess he had like, a different way of getting to what he was trying to say. But all right, cool. Okay, get the likes up for me, chat. We are currently live on all platforms right now. Let me go ahead and check out TikTok and see what's popping off over there. So on TikTok, all right, what they saying in the comments on TikTok? Land that plane, brother. Okay, that was the last brother that I was just saying. All right. Hey, everybody on TikTok, we're going to go ahead and close down a TikTok stream soon. So come on over to YouTube. That's No Fugazee Podcast on YouTube. Come on over to YouTube. We're going to go ahead and close down a TikTok stream in about 15 minutes. We're going to close that down. Also, Facebook too. We're going to go ahead and close down a Facebook stream as well, about 15 minutes. So make your way over to YouTube. That's No Fugazee Podcast on YouTube. I want you guys to do that now so you can still watch the show. We got a lot more debates happening. We got some people backstage that I'm going to bring up, but no cameras are on. But once these cameras come on, then I'm going to go ahead and bring people up. And then we also have we also got a lot of other reactions and stuff to do as well. So, okay, looks like we got a camera on. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. State your name and where you're from.
Brian, Arizona. You don't remember me?
I do not remember you, Brian from Arizona. And how old are you? We're on TikTok.
30. Truck driver.
Okay, cool, man. And what are you here to debate about?
So I want to debate something. I mean, I see a lot of people focusing on the things that come naturally. But I want to speak about something that I haven't even heard you speak about, which is truly, I believe that the woman code is the thing that can help women find actual meaningful relationships. And the reason I say that is we all understand what it's like to want to step out and look good and feel good, right? So we all know if you stepping out as a woman, whether you're 5'2" or 6'3", you step out with a dude 6'4", you know your preference, whether it's white, black, Mexican, don't matter. You know you're gonna get looks from other women. You know you're gonna get those looks of, dang, I wish I had that man, right? So let's just go ahead and pretend we changed up the factor, and women were supportive of other women that were with men that cared for them, that would step in front of that bullet for them, right? And that made other women feel good. Guarantee you there's going to be a change. It's going to take some time, maybe a year, 2 years. But when women,
I'm trying to follow you. So you said, let's say if women did what? Say that again.
Okay. Let's say if women celebrated and made other women feel good because they're with a man based off of how he treats her and you know, and he's there for her supportingly, and screw all the financials. We ain't talking about that. We're just talking about person to person, right? I think that would boost the woman code and women would feel good knowing that. Now, here's the thing. I'm not speaking about anything specific, but let's just go ahead and say height factor in. If the woman's taller, there's nothing wrong with her wanting a taller man. You know what I'm saying? When it gets a little bit kind of cuckoo is when you're 5'2" as a woman, and only guys that's allowed to date you is like 6 foot plus, and then it's like, okay, and what's going to make this a long-term relationship? That's a sexual value, but what makes it a long-term relationship? And that's when it becomes the harder, trickier part, because that's just based on people to people. But
so
my main point,
so real quick. So I'm following you now. So essentially you're saying that, let's take it back a step. Essentially you're saying that I think that if women praised other women and celebrated them for being in good relationships and healthy relationships, instead of being single, I think that will be a good thing. That's what you're saying on that end. I would say that. Is that what you're saying? Yes or no?
Yes, and just not all of it. All I was saying was just being with a guy that cares for you and is doing everything to show out for you, regardless of if he is the most attractive man, regardless about his money, and regardless about the height. If you are happy as a woman, and everywhere you went, other women saw you happy and they celebrated that, I think that would make a very big difference in the dating market.
Okay, got it. So essentially what you're saying is you want women to not celebrate one another for their biological, hard-wiring, hypergamous attraction triggers, but you would rather have women celebrate one another based off of how they feel in that relationship. So essentially, right, no matter how the woman, as long as the woman feels good in the relationship, then that relationship should be celebrated. So say if a woman feels good in a relationship with a man that doesn't have the ability to lead her and she's the leader, should that be celebrated?
From a man's standpoint, I can say no, but like I said, it's person to person preference. But I can say is if he has the ability to be a leader, he's just lazy.
Real quick. Izza, I seen you backstage. Izza, I believe you came on before, like a while ago, but if you want to go ahead and join the stream after I'm done speaking with this gentleman here, Izza, I'll go ahead and bring you on up. Go ahead, continue your point.
Okay. Basically, I kind of lost it a little bit, but I was trying to stay on point because I know you got other people to talk to. I was trying to say,
speaking to you. It's okay. Go ahead.
all I'm trying to say, and I guess maybe if I give some evidence, and that'll help out a little bit. All right. So I mean, we talked before, but you don't remember. That's okay. But so I'm 5'6", right?
Yeah.
So used to be athletic before I got into the trucking career. So used to have a six pack, everything like that. But the height alone was just enough for women to say, yeah, better friend. The women that did say, you know what, I'm gonna step out of my comfort zone, give them a shot. Very happy, and I'm full of personality. So those women, when the other women were around, when they saw them with me, there was a lot of celebration to that one woman. And I say that because I see it. I see the other women all talking and laughing and joking with her, and she felt good to be seen with me. She never felt ashamed. She never felt weird about anything, never even thought about my height at all because I bring so much personality to it. So I guess what I'm saying is that evidence alone allows me to know that the women that I see on my normal day to day, not the internet, there were all kinds of different guys, whether they're tall or short or whatever. The internet is giving a very negative look on life, but it's not the reality of most people's situation. And
Okay.
if you have a lot
So
of respect,
I got you. Let me you're saying a lot here, so I'm just trying to make sense of it. And tonight is debate night. A lot of the things that you're saying, I need clarity because depending on how you clarify it, I would totally disagree with it, right? So let's bring it back a little bit, right?
All right.
So once again, you said that women should praise women not for their hypergamous nature. Oh, you got a man that's making good money. Oh, you got a man that's tall. Oh, you got a man that's a leader, because all women kind of yearn for a man that can lead them. You got this type of man. Yeah, praise you for that. Instead of women praising those women for that, you just want women to praise women for how the woman feels in the relationship. And if the woman feels happy, no matter what it is, you think that other women should praise that. Do I have that correct?
yes.
Okay, so if I have that correct, answer this concisely. If it was a relationship and the woman was in a relationship with the man, but she was the leader, meaning that it wasn't traditional, right? It wasn't a traditional relationship. She was an independent boss babe and she was the leader. She called all the shots. And that man was like the one submitting to her. Is that something that you would want other women to celebrate if that woman actually felt happy? So if the woman that was leading that relationship and her husband was submitting to her, but she felt happy, do you think that other women should celebrate that type of relationship? Yes or no?
Man, you love asking hard questions. All right, I will say yes to that. I will say yes to that because she's happy. All right.
Okay. So therefore, I would essentially say that you are prioritizing the woman's happiness, which isn't a manly or masculine mindset to have. You don't even prioritize your own happiness. And if you did prioritize your own happiness, you wouldn't be anywhere. You wouldn't even be a truck driver. You'll be probably home, beating your meat, watching Dragon Ball Z, eating some Skittles if you prioritize your own happiness. So you know that in the real world and how life works, it's not good for any human being to prioritize happiness, because happiness is a source that's fleeting. It's fleeting. It goes and it comes, right? So you never get any real is not really satisfying. It doesn't hold you down. So I don't think that's anything that we should tell women to praise them. I would actually say that essentially that's what women are already doing. Women are already praising other women because they're happy in said relationship. As long as my friend is good, I'm gonna praise her for that, girl. If she's good, then I'm good. She can be getting abused in a relationship or anything. And if the woman doesn't know about things, but if the friend displays happiness, she's gonna go ahead and praise that. So we don't over here. I don't know about you, but are you a feminist?
Not at all. And that's
So
why
if you're
I'm
not,
laughing at what you said.
well,
You confused me because I agree with everything you said. When I said happiness, I just meant as in not being beat, not being mentally talked down to, not being cheated on. And then when you say submit, there's so many variables to that. So when I say
talk down to, real quick, talk down to, well, that's subjective. Because if the man is a leader and the man is given direction, then depending on how that woman interprets his direction, Like if she's a feminist, if she thinks that she's equal to the man, like most women do in 2025, she actually may feel that she's being talked down to. But in reality, that guy is giving direction because he is her leader. So she feels that she's being talked down to, so she may not feel happy in this relationship. But since the woman doesn't feel happy, you would advocate that her other women should not celebrate that relationship. That other women should actually tell her to get out of that traditional masculine guidance relationship, all because she doesn't feel happy. What I'm essentially saying here is that you have a mind of a feminist.
You're talking about me?
You have a mind of a feminist. What you are advocating for is feminism.
No, not at all. See, look, I'm trying to get you to understand my point without it going the other way, because it's not what you're saying.
Real quick. Okay. I'm understanding you. This is why I asked you questions. And you said, well, man, you're asking some hard questions. Maybe you haven't like fully thought about this, right? Sometimes as men or as human beings, we can like, we can have this thought and it's like, oh, I think I got a good one to solve everything. Women should just praise other women just because they're happy. But then you come on No Fugazi podcast where we critically think over here. And then it's like, well, God dang, am I a male feminist? Well, essentially, bro, your mindset is of a male feminist.
Okay, I'll try to break it down in more of the way I'm really trying to say it, so that way it makes a little bit more sense. All I'm saying is this,
real quick, for your audio, I'm getting clicking from your audio. Is there another way where you can maybe take it off the microphone or speak on your phone?
Well, so without this, I mean, I could speak on my phone, but without this, you're going to hear the semi-truck and all the noise. So I got this that way it was not as loud.
Can you move it a little bit back from your mouth and speak?
Okay, is that better?
Speak more?
Is that better?
Yeah, 1 second. It's still a little clicky. It wasn't like that when you first came in, but then it got like this. Here's what I'll do. Come out, because I need to hear you better, and the clicky noise is actually annoying to me because it's hard. Okay. And then I know for the chat, yeah, maybe don't go on speaker, but exit the stream and like come back in. Maybe that new connection would help it out.
All right, let's see.
And I'll bring you right back up. I got you. And then we got people in the chat. We got Kirk and we got Mac G. I'll go ahead and bring you guys up shortly. We're going to go ahead and give him just a second to figure out his audio so I can bring him back up. And sorry about that, chat. He was real loud. His audio was real loud, and it was that clicky noise. So I'm like, yeah, we got to get this figured out. Okay, let's bring him back in.
Okay, is this better?
Oh, that's a lot better. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I'll try to make this quick. All I was trying to say is like, okay, you know, as a man, how you feel when you put on a nice gear, right? You got your shoes that you like, you got your shirt, you know, if your hairstyle, whatever, it just make you feel good when you look in the mirror. That's all I'm talking about here. I'm just talking about if women knew that the guy treating them well. Now, I'm not speaking about, you know, them running the relationship or anything. I'm just talking about they knew they got the support just based on the fact that the man that they with treats them well, then that would be something I feel that women would they would just feel good, and they would know they have a guy that he may not be Brad Pitt, he may not be six pack whoever, but
here's the
they
thing.
know that when they go out, no women's looking at them like, oh dang, who
I'll be honest with you, man. I'll be honest with you.
Okay.
Women in general, they never want to ruffle feathers in a relationship. So women are not going to go to their friends like, ew, that's your boyfriend? He's short. They don't do that, bro. Generally speaking, women do not behave that way. They are very passive aggressive. If anything, they'll like speak behind the friend's back and say something, but they're not going to go up to the friend. So how women interact with one another in their friend group, if they come with a man and he's driving a Honda Civic and he's 5'6" and he maybe doesn't look all that good, the girls isn't gonna be like, ew, who's that fugly looking guy you with? No, they're gonna be like, oh my gosh, cute couple, girl. So they're always gonna do exactly what you said anyway. right? I would say that what you're advocating for is for the delusion of women. Over here on No Fugazi podcast, we advocate for women to live in reality. And what reality would be is, this is reality, bro. In most cases, how you're trying to have other women and their friends groups to look at men, it ain't going to happen anyway. They're going to still look at them as it is. So they're going to speak nicely to their friend like, oh, you're in a good relationship, girl. But mentally in their mind or behind their friend's back, they're going to be like, that dude is ugly and he's short. You can't try to get rid of the hypergamous nature that's embedded in women. It's like if women tried to get rid of the polygynous nature that's embedded in men. Like men, we have this craving for quantity. You can't really get rid of that, right? Like, churches can suppress that, and religion can suppress the man's nature and stuff to a degree. And also churches can help suppress the woman's nature to a degree by putting in certain stipulations within laws and stuff like that. But just socially, that's not going to happen. Like socially, I don't think that would ever happen, man. Women are hypergamous. They want a man that's taller than them, preferably 5'10" or above. They want a man that's making generally more money than them, 6 figures or above. And they want a man to also be able to make them feel good, meaning that have a good mouthpiece, have the ability to raise them up. A man that is charismatic. So women want it all, bro, and they not looking to lower their standards. So saying like women should be praising women, as long as they feel happy, that's just going to lead to more delusion. Listen, what you advocated for, bro, is exactly what these chicks on the podcast do. Think about this. If you ever watch my podcast, I just did a podcast this past Friday. These chicks on my podcast did OnlyFans, and it was like, dang, girl, you do OnlyFans, you get into a bag, as long as it make you happy, clapping for her. Meanwhile, this chick just ruined her life because she's selling her sexuality online, which is not going anywhere. It will be there with her forever. So when she has kids, her kids will see her getting plowed by other men. You get what I'm saying? So that's just dumb. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you for having me on, man. I'm going to continue to support your channel, dog.
Appreciate you, brother. Have a blessed one.
All right.
All right, I'll bring up some more people. And it's funny when people get ideas and you haven't really fully thought it out and stress test this idea that you have. And, it happens to the best of us. I even had certain ideas when I first started doing a podcast where I didn't fully stress test the idea out. And it's like, probably not a good idea to have. Let me get rid of it. So, I mean, it's all good. Nothing against you, man. Nothing against you. But truth is, you do have a mindset of a male feminist. Okay. Let's bring up some people. So here's going to be the order. We got Cammy. We got Kevin. We got LD Nation. And we also have Kirk. Kirk was up here first. Then we have, this is the order. So we got Kirk first, we got Cammy after Kirk, we got Kevin after Cammy, and we got LD Nation after Kevin. So what we're going to try to do is have concise conversations and debates. So once I bring people up, let me know your grievances, what you want to debate about, what you have a point of contention about, and then we're going to get right into it. And so then we can bring up people. All right, let's go. All right, welcome to No Fugazi Podcast. State your name, where you from?
My name is Kirk. I'm from Harrisonburg, Virginia.
All right, Kirk. And how old are you? I need your age for TikTok.
53.
Okay. And what are you here to debate about?
Dude, I've been following you for a while, so this is the first time I really was able to get on live with you.
Okay.
So I don't know what the topic is, but I haven't heard anything in any of the past broadcasts that you've had that I disagree with. I aspire to be a mentor and a life coach and have degrees. I'm a published author and all those things. And I still struggle with finding someone too. I'm not super rich, but, I probably make this year 70 to 85,000. But I'm single. My kids are grown. And I don't know what it is with women that I don't know what the issue is.
Yeah. Listen, Kirk, I would say, where did you just come from? Did you come from the TikTok stream and you came over, or where'd you come from?
No, no. I actually just got out the shower and popped up on my computer, and it gave me a notice that you were live, and I couldn't believe it because I was
Just
like,
right on
"Hey."
YouTube. Right on YouTube?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Listen, man, I would love to have a discussion with you and maybe even give you some coaching advice on you being a 53, 52-year-old man that's single, and dealing with these modern women. I would love to have that discussion and maybe even coach you on some things. I would recommend this wouldn't be this stream, but it would be for another stream. What you could do, Kirk, if you want to chop it up with me one-on-one behind the scenes, have a discussion, or maybe even get some coaching, you can click the link that's in my YouTube description. I do one-on-one video coaching or just regular on the phone coaching. We can have a discussion, man.
Hey, that'd be awesome, man. This is like literally the first time I've ever done anything like this. Like, I'm not computer savvy. I've been in books. I read and talk. That's what I do for a living. You know what I mean? So I really don't do technology like this. So I'm fascinated that we're even talking right now.
Like, hey, man, 53, man, you from the dark ages. No, I'm messing with you. But listen, man, I appreciate the support. And once again, if you click on the link that's in YouTube, the description. If you go to the description and then you click on, I believe my coaching link is the third link. It'll say one-on-one coaching. Click that link and you can schedule coaching. I have it all open. Okay.
Wear a shirt. What?
That's the chat probably clowning you, man. Who knows? Because you ain't got no shirt on. You out here looking like the stepdaddy from Baby Boy. Homie out here looking like the stepdaddy from Baby Boy. Hold up, man. I gotta get on you now. You up here?
I be that. Hey,
Baby
dude, I
boy.
just got out the shower, so I don't give a
Stepfather, hold on. Let me bring up a picture of homie real quick. Oh man,
I don't know what none of this stuff means, man. Like, dude, I have no idea what these this meta communication is. These short words and descriptions.
This what homie look like right here. This is what homie look like. Hold up, time out. Homie looking like this right here. Hey, man, look, you out here doing this to people, man? Hey, man. Listen, brother. Nah, I'm just messing with you, man. Appreciate the support and have a blessed one, man.
Hey, you too.
Peace. We do it live, chat. Get the likes up for me. We about to bring up Cammy next. Then we got Kevin, and then we got LD Nation. Get the likes up. All right. On to the next. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. State your name and where you're from.
My name is Paul Howard. I'm from Tampa, Florida. And my age is 32 years old.
32 years old. Okay, Cammy, you need to be a little louder. Are you on a computer or on your phone?
I'm actually on my phone.
Okay, you're on your phone. Do you have like some headphones or anything you can put in that would be clear?
Oh, headphones? No. I can speak a little louder. Can you hear me now?
I could hear you, but it's just not that clean. But I think we'll be okay. What are you here to debate about?
I'm not really here to debate about anything. I mean, what I'm saying is going to be very controversial. But the thing is, like, men, they always want 50-50 in a relationship as far as bills split. And I don't believe in splitting. I believe in either 70%. They should pay like 70, 80, or 100% because I mean, man is the head of the household, and if we're paying 50-50, can't look at you as the man of the household, and I just don't believe that.
Okay, so you don't believe in 50-50. You believe that a man should pay, minimum of 70% or 100% of the bills because the man is the head of the household. So my question for you is, if the man's obligation and the man's duty is to protect and provide, what does the man get in what does the man get in return from you?
The man gets in return to me my trust, my love, and we're adults. I would do anything if that man protects, loves, and provides. I would do it clean. I would submit to my man.
Okay,
And
you will.
even we're adults, I would get on my knees and suck my man's world up because if he does that, I will submit to my man's fully.
Okay, so you're saying if the man does these things, meaning that it's stipulations, in order for you to submit as a woman, the man has to do certain things for you to submit, for you to be feminine. Do I have that correct? Say, I can't hear you. Say that again.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, if you can just speak louder or maybe closer to the phone, that would be good. Let me see if I can take off maybe the echo control, maybe. Let's see here. Speak again for me. Can you speak again?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me louder?
Yeah, I can hear you good. That's better. Okay. So essentially you're saying that it's conditions. It's conditional. So
Right.
in order for a man to get the feminine nature from you and in order for you to submit to that man, it's conditional on his end for him to protect and provide for you.
In love.
And love you. I would say that if he's protecting and providing for you, he does love you, so we can just include that in there. So let me ask you a question. Let's say if you're with a man and he's protecting and providing for you and he's doing his duties and you're being submissive because he's doing his duties. But let's say, he's working and he gets into an accident, and the accident at work, he's disabled now where he no longer can work. And you would actually have to step into the role of paying the bulk of the bills and doing things. Would you still be submissive to your man?
Yes, absolutely. I got him 100. 100. 100.
Okay.
Because
So
I'm with
if you
him
can
down.
be okay, now let me get here. So if you can be submissive to your man and feminine to your man, if something happens and he loses his job, why can't you be feminine and submissive to your man? You chose this man. Why can't you be submissive and feminine to your man no matter if it's 50-50? Up front, like if it's 50-50 up front, why can't you be submissive and feminine to your man?
I mean, I'm not a roommate.
But think about it. If he had an accident at his job and he couldn't
Well,
work
that's
anymore.
different. Accident is different. If, say, for instance, like,
Well,
in the
listen
beginning,
here. The thing that isn't different, right? The thing that isn't different is that, well, since he can't work, you'll have to cover the bulk of the bills now. So essentially, you'll be paying all of the bills, right? So if you'll be paying all of the bills in the relationship, maybe 3 years in, because he had this situation at work, and you're okay with it, and you would still be feminine and submissive, why won't you be feminine submissive if it's 50-50 and you meet him? It makes no sense. It's like a logical contradiction. Like
right.
if the thing is, if the conditional is based off of him having money and being able to protect and provide, if that's your condition of being feminine and submissive, you saying that up front you won't. The only way you would be feminine and submissive is if it's 70% or he pays 100% of the bills. But 3
You don't
years
have
in,
to pay 100% of the bills.
yeah,
No.
I said, yeah, I know. I said, or 70%. You said your minimum is 70%. But if it's 3 years in a relationship and he loses his job, then you'll be paying 100% of the bills or 70% of the bills, but you would still be feminine and submissive. Then why won't you be feminine and submissive from the get-go if it's 50-50? It makes no logical sense.
That's just my standards.
But you know that your standard is illogical. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, not everything needs to make sense.
Not everything needs to make sense. Okay. Well, guess what? The man, he wants to go 50-50. and according to you, that doesn't make sense to you. So why don't you keep them? Why don't you still be feminine and submissive? Let me ask you this question. And good conversation. Thank you for coming on. Are you a virgin?
Oh no,
Do you have kids?
I have two kids.
How many baby fathers?
I have one.
You have one baby
My
father.
husband, he recently he's deceased.
Okay. And were you ever dealing with a man where it never got to you living together, but you were just having sex with him?
No, cause like me, I don't
Let me
believe
repeat
it.
it. I don't think you heard me. So were you ever like dating a man where it didn't get to the point where you guys moved in with one another, but you were dating him and it was good, but you actually never moved in with one another, but you were dating and it was a relationship, but you just didn't move in together. Did you ever experience that? Or did every relationship amount to you moving in?
Well, I'm always transparent and upfront with the guy. So
Okay.
once I get into a relationship, this is what I'm going to take. That's and if he accepts me, he accepts me.
Okay. Can you answer my question though? Were
Mhm.
you ever were you ever in a relationship with the man or dealing with a man, dating a man where you didn't move in with him?
No,
Okay, so every man that you've ever been in a relationship or dated, you guys moved in together?
no, I never moved in with the father of my children. I never
Oh,
moved in
okay.
until
So
I
you
never
so
had.
you okay, so essentially you're saying you actually never lived with a man before.
I've lived with a man before, but I have like me. I believe I don't believe in um sex before marriage.
That's totally fine, but you've had sex before marriage already.
No, never.
Okay, so the man that you were the father of your child, were you married to him?
Yes.
Okay. And then any other man besides that, you weren't married to him.
No, I've never had. That's my first man. I've never had any sexual contact with any other man except for him.
Okay, so you never had any sexual contact with any other man but that guy.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I mean, a little bit hard to believe, but I'll go ahead and give it to you. Essentially, the question that I was getting at, right? If you do choose a man and you're going to be having sex with that man, wait, time out. Wait, you said that you didn't even live with your baby father, right?
No, I lived with him once we got married.
Oh, okay. So you did live with your baby father.
Hmm.
Okay. I see what you're saying. Okay. Well, all right. Let's see what I think some super chats came and they may have a question for you. We got Uncle Tiger Sneezes sends in $5. The amount of people who came up to not debate on open debate night, yeah, that's crazy. We got C Donta Corbett sends in $2. Gotcha. Set her up for the kill. Contradictory, yeah. So yeah, you did commit a full logical contradiction on that, but I mean, it is what it is. Did you have any other questions for me?
I see in the comments she's not 32. I am 32. I can show my ID. I just look young.
Nah, you look 32.
Oh, I do.
Yeah,
Okay.
you look 32. Um, but fair enough. So any other questions for me or no?
Oh no, no other questions. I
All
mean,
right.
this
Well,
debate night.
it is debate night. Well, thank you for joining debate night and have a blessed one. All right, let's get some more people up. Yeah, man. That's the thing, man. sometimes you'll get women, they come up and they say, and she knew what she was doing, I think, saying, oh, this could be controversial, but she didn't know which part, how I would pick apart her argument that she wants a 50-50. She doesn't want a 50-50 relationship, and she has conditionals in order to be submissive. What? Doesn't even make any sense. All right. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. State your name. Where you from?
Kevin, I'm from Maryland.
All right, Kevin. How old are you? Because we're on TikTok.
I'm 58.
All right, Kevin. And what do you want to debate about tonight?
First of all, I wanted to debate what you said about the guy driving the tractor trailer. I think what he was trying to say was that women should praise women once they get into a successful relationship and not praise the ones that want to be 304s or just slutty.
I don't think that's what he was trying to say. I asked him a specific question. I asked him, so you want women to praise other women solely based on if the woman is in a happy relationship? He said yes. Then I asked him a question to test that out. I said that, well, what if the relationship is not traditional and the woman is leading the relationship and the man is submitting to the woman, but the woman feels happy? Should that woman be praised? You get it? So essentially, he said yes to that. So that would mean that he is advocating for feminism.
Right. But I think that if women did praise women for being in positive, successful relationships, that would be a good thing for this society.
Then, well, that's the thing. Well, what is successful? And his
I'm
argument,
traditional successful relationships.
Okay, for you, that's what
waiting
you're saying.
Before marriage, everything.
Yeah. And what I'm saying is totally different than what the other guy said.
Right,
totally
but that was
different.
my interpretation of what he said. I think he was trying to say that, but maybe
he wasn't trying to say that.
Okay. What I want to debate is I've been kind of new to this red pill, blue pill. I don't know what all this madness is about, really. I've never been the type to deal with women that wasn't submissive. So I don't even know how this new thing just came about. You picked the wrong people. But I don't think that saying that a woman that's not married or at least engaged should even be having a conversation about being submissive, especially not in this time and day. If you know a woman is not submissive, you can tell a woman not submissive in the first 3 minutes. It don't take long to figure that out. I don't understand how men even getting caught up in this madness, because you can tell how a woman carries herself if she's gonna be submissive. It's out there, it's open, it's like hidden in plain sight.
Yeah, and I agree. You should be able to catch it very fast if the woman that you're speaking to within the first 3 minutes. I would 100% agree with you, man. I would say that it's easy to catch if this woman shows characteristic traits that she has the ability to defer to male's authority and to male leadership. Right. The thing is, why this is happening is because the indoctrination of feminism. So feminism did not only indoctrinate women, but it also indoctrinated men. Right? It indoctrinated men and women. So a lot of these men nowadays have been raised in single mother homes. So they have the mindset of a woman, because that's the mindset that they adopted. They didn't have any father. They adopted their mother's mindset. Not only that, let's say if they did have a father, but the father wasn't masculine and didn't help guide the child to block out the negative influences of feminism. Well, then that child would grow up and have a mind and be indoctrinated by other areas of feminism, like TikTok and praising women and worshiping women based off of just because they have a vagina and they want to get their little meat wet and stuff like that, you know? So there's many ways where someone can fall into the feminist trap and go down that rabbit hole and thinking very beta-like. The thing is, you know, essentially what feminism did is it got rid of the patriarchal mindset, right? The patriarchy mindset. Now, we can say that I do believe that we still live in a patriarchy, meaning that there are more men at the helms of leadership than women. But there are more men at the helms of leadership that have a feminine mindset, that have the mindset of a woman. So essentially, we are in a matriarchal type of mindset, meaning that most men and women in America have been indoctrinated by this feminist matriarchal mindset to like praise the woman and prioritize the woman and worship the chick and adopt this mindset of thinking men and women are equal when that isn't even rooted in any type of reality. But yeah, man. Any other questions?
Yeah, so first of all, some people that I hear on YouTube or whatever, they calling females women. That's the first breakdown because all females are not women. And most of it goes on by the way that they speak to each other. But this whole 50-50 thing, like I'm seeing that women or females say they don't want 50-50, but they came out of like 60-40 government lifestyles where the government pays 60% of their living expenses.
Oh yeah.
And they want better, but they haven't been taught how to be women. Like I don't even understand.
Yeah.
I don't even understand. Like this, the first time I've ever got on like a live or talked about this in this way. But it's funny how females think that they're women and they demanding what a wife should get. Like you don't have a right to demand for like for me, I wouldn't take a woman on a $300 date, not because I can't afford it, but you haven't earned it. Like why would you even have that kind of a conversation with a person and they don't even like just because they wear long weave and a lot of makeup, they think they deserve what a wife deserves. What they asking for is what a wife should get.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
I don't
Yeah, man. It's
I don't get it. And
yeah.
dudes are giving it to them. I don't understand that. Like I didn't
Yeah,
have
man.
a mother. I mean, I didn't have a father, but I had a good grandfather and an older brother. And
Man,
they showed exactly
I could
how
tell,
to.
man. You said you're 58 years old. You come
Yeah.
from more of a traditional standpoint. Your things in your worldview, pretty much what you're saying is like, I don't even understand how this is happening, but it is happening, and a lot of it is because of feminism. A lot of this is because.
And I got a bad 38-year-old. Like,
Hey, man, shout outs to you.
No Fugazee. And she's ready to be led. But she came from a father and a mother. I don't get it. I really don't get it. I don't even understand why dudes are even dealing with this madness.
Yeah, man. It's because of the I'll keep saying it, but it's literally because of the indoctrination of feminism, man. These men think currently in 2025, a lot of men think that men and women are equal. That's how they view things. They're like, I can't, set these type of boundaries if she doesn't have these type of boundaries because we're equal. I can't have these type of standards and these guidelines if she doesn't have it because we're equal. If I cheat and she cheats, well, it equals out. It's the same. No, my friend, it's not the same. None of it is the same. You are not a chick. The chick is not you. It's totally different. But listen, man, this is debate night, so I want to bring up some people here that want to debate.
Appreciate it.
I do appreciate the spirited conversation, and shouts out to you, man. Peace. All right. Let's continue on. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast.
Peace and blessings.
Yep. If you can turn down the TV in the background because it's loud, I can.
Oh, you can hear it?
Yeah.
Hold on.
All right, chat. Get the likes up for me. Get the likes up. Don't be a ninja watcher.
Hey, Cooley. Hey,
yep.
my brother watching the TV, so I'm gonna just have to chop it up with you later. But
I mean, I could hear you pretty decent. It's not that loud anymore. Maybe he turned it down a little bit, but I could hear you good. So what's up? Are you here to debate?
man, yeah, I just want to debate. I like cipher with you a little bit as far as like just challenge your worldview. Um, I wanted to ask you, like, how do you feel about, um, you know, um, well, let me ask you this: do you celebrate your history as far as who you are and where you come from?
What do you mean? I'm a foundational Black American. I'm
Yeah,
an
so
American.
I mean, just who you are, where you come from, as far as celebrating your history. I want to ask you that because um, I hear a lot going on over the internet as far as, uh, you know, you were never a slave, so why do you care about like reparations and stuff like that? And I just wanted to challenge you as far as what do you think about when someone says something like that, and as well, like, what if my teacher's father was lynched by white supremacists? Like, if I'm learning from him, then uh, you know, how do you think we overcome that adversity? As far as I'm African American. I just a foundational Black American, but I mean, like, as far as people just saying you were never a slave and you shouldn't feel any type of way about your ancestors or anything like that. Like, I just want to ask you, how do you feel, or what do you think about that as a foundation of Black America?
Yeah, well, I mean, you can feel any type of way you want to feel about your ancestors, on where you came from. You can have, it doesn't matter what, if you could feel like, oh, it isn't fair. Whatever type of feelings you can have about the past, go ahead and have those feelings. It's not going to do anything for you, though, in the current. So think about how silly it is. If you are feeling about something in the past already happened. You can't change the past. There's nothing that you can do in regards to the past. So my question would be, what is it doing for you in the current? And real quick, the music that's in the background now, it got even louder. Can you ask your brother to turn it down? We do it live, chat. Man, are you the big brother?
Nah, I'm the little brother, man. So
Listen, man, you better get that slap box matching. Listen, man, how old are you?
I'm 37.
Listen, man, you
Yeah, I'll be.
37. Go ahead and shoot the fade. Get the slap box in. Listen, whoever get the first 5 slaps, full hand, get the rule. So get that slap box in, man. When you 37, there's no such thing as big brother, little brother. Listen.
Nah, for sure,
But
for
at the
sure.
end of the day,
Hey,
let's go ahead and get the slap box match in.
you already know, but
I
nah,
can hear
man,
you
he's
better
getting.
now. It looks like it's
Okay,
down.
it's
Looks like
good. It's
it's
good.
low.
All
Yeah,
right,
it's
cool,
good.
cool.
So answer that question. So essentially, I'm saying here is, you can't do anything about the past. So for you to think about the past, what would that do for you today? How would it help you today? To dwell on the past.
To dwell on the past.
Yeah,
See
not
that?
to think about it. You can think about the
Yeah,
past and learn from the past. But to
yeah, right,
dwell on the past,
right,
what
right,
would
right.
that do for you today? Yes.
That's okay. That's a good question because I don't dwell on it. Me per se, that's why I asked you: do you celebrate your history as far as who you are, and where you come from, in the sense of like from the fall of Egypt to the rise of the Roman Empire? We as African Americans, we play
Yeah,
a
so
vi-
what is the history? What do you mean by this history? Black
I
black
mean,
Okay,
as
so
far as
foundational Black Americans, there's not nothing rooted to where the people that came over on slave ships, right? Or
yeah,
if you want to say maybe slaves was already here. What history? You can go to Africa and point to like, well, we created the pyramids in Egypt. Maybe, but we have no proof that our black ancestors created those specific pyramids. We can only say that, well, some Africans created those pyramids. But Africa is a huge continent filled with many different nations, many different countries. So maybe our people didn't create those pyramids, so we don't have any ties to that history, but maybe some other black people have some ties to that history. So if you can, and I'm here to listen, if you can pinpoint the foundational black American, the ones that came over from the slave ships or the ones that was already here, if you believe that they was already here, I don't know what your belief is. I don't fully believe that. It could be some proof that it was some black people here that would call Native Americans, that they actually maybe had some black skin or something like that. Who knows? That could be true. But what type of history do you have that you would celebrate, that you would feel honored to celebrate, that was from 3,000 years ago, that you know for sure is your ancestors?
Right. So, I mean, I'm just speaking in general as far as your ancestors.
So real quick, now you want to open it general, but when you asked me the question, it was very specific. You said your ancestors. You're getting very specific. I'm trying to let you know, as a foundational black American, I know that my great grandmother, she died when she was 110. She was a house slave. Not really. She was like a house maiden. Slavery was already abolished then in the early 1900s, but it was still like, she was still working in the house for the white man. But her father and her mother was actually slaves. You get what I'm saying? So the history of my history, I would say, as far as what I have it rooted to, as far as the past few hundred years ago with my great grandmother and great 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 grandfather, they were actually slaves. It wasn't any good history, nigga. They was getting whooped. There ain't nothing to celebrate.
Yeah, so that's
the
what
celebration would be this. Thank you for being whooped and taking it so I can be born. Thank you for that. If I was back there, would I have taken that? Nah, I'm not finna take none of that. Listen, I'm dying on my sword. I'm fighting back. But at the end of the day, it happened to work out that we are still here. Because if you had people in my mindset back then, listen, we all would have died because we not submitting. We not being slaves. So maybe that's what I'm thankful for, that everybody ain't have my mindset.
So you would have been you wouldn't have been you would have been the cousin, King T'Challa's cousin on Black Panther when he said, man, bury me next to my ancestor, the one that jumped.
Listen, man, bury me next to the ancestors.
Okay, now
I'm going out on my shield.
Yeah, no doubt. But what I was speaking of as far as celebration is that your ancestors worked blood, sweat, and tears, and hung, bled, and died for you to be able to.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah. They weathered the storm. They went through the slavery for us to be here. That's the only thing that I can say that is okay. That's celebrating. But even that they weathered that storm, that is still not a good position to celebrate. I don't think that's the best position. I don't like to celebrate the losing position is not anything like very good. We would want to celebrate a winning position, right?
Right.
A winning position within history.
Yeah. So I mean, this, like me, I'm Christian, so I believe, like when in Psalms 82 it says, just like any prince you shall fall and die. You know what I'm saying? Rise, oh God, and judge the earth, subdue the nations. So I believe that we all, we live in a fallen world. We all gonna
suffer.
We all gonna have pride. We all gonna have be consumed by pride.
For sure.
And that's the nature we're born into, is a prideful nature. And it takes that humility, that sense of humility, in order to for us to come together and things of that nature. But I just wanted to kind of challenge you on that as far as
I mean, it's not really a challenge. I mean, you asked the question, you really didn't answer my question. You said that you don't dwell on these things, but I would say that you actually are dwelling on it, since you're coming on a live stream and asking about, like, do you think about your ancestors in the past, and what does that do for you? Do you celebrate your ancestors? I would actually say, well, you're dwelling on that. I'm thankful for that they went through a detrimental time in their history, so I can be here today and live in the best country on earth. So that's what I'm thankful for. I'm like, God dang, listen, if y'all ain't weather that storm or go through that, I'll probably still be in Africa somewhere looking for some clean water.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Okay.
saying? Or
So
living in a
you.
third country. So I am thankful for them
Right,
weathering the
right,
storm.
absolutely,
Yes.
absolutely. So you don't dwell on it, and you know
No,
that.
I don't dwell on that.
So that means that you, in a sense, like overcame, and that's what I was trying to get at. Like, how did you overcome that adversity?
What my ancestors went through, it did not give me any adversities. I was born in 1989. I mean, you know, of course, I experienced maybe some minor racism within maybe, you know, maybe a school system that I went to, maybe dealing with one or two cops, but it was nothing overwhelming where I put it like this. I was never the type of person that exhibit behaviors that I would actually become a victim in a system. I don't smoke.
Right.
I don't smoke, drink, cuss. I don't
There you
indulge in
have it.
these other type of degenerate behaviors.
Yeah,
Just right
for
off the
sure.
rip, I would say with how my family raised me. Well, not even that, because a lot of my brothers did. So I would say I'm an exception to the rule. I would say that what I am thankful for, I'm thankful for God, because I don't know how I'm in the position I'm in. I know that I'm in this position because God gave me the will. You know, to not fall into the victim mindset. I would say this though, if we're being honest, I had the victim mindset before. Do you suffer from the victim mindset currently?
And see, that's a good question, because I feel like we all have three V's living on the inside of us. We have we can either play the victim, we can play the villain, or we can play the victor. And I'm glad you said that, because it kind of, you know, jogged my memory a little bit as far as how I would philosophize this as far as the victim mentality. You can either, and it's like those three V's are like three dogs. So whichever one, you know, you feed the most is the one essentially that's gonna, you know, win the fight. So I actually appreciate. I appreciate.
Which of those three V's have you been feeding the most?
Well, I mean, of course, the victor, you know, but I've been, you know, the villain. I've been and you know, I played the victim. So that's why it's you know, I appreciate the conversation, because, you know, it kind of jogged my memory a little bit. And I, you know, the things that I'm, you know, writing things down and kind of, you know, putting them in Chat GPT as far as, you know, to give me more ideas, you know, as far as writing and getting my podcast set up and things of that nature. So
yeah, man. So like, there's so many things there's so many things that you shouldn't even be thinking about in life. Like,
so you saying blot it out, don't think about it.
If it's not affecting you, why would you think about it? Like, if something isn't currently affecting you today, you shouldn't be putting a lot of thought into things if it isn't currently affecting you. So you should put thought into things that's actually going to better you today. Like, you know, finding your purpose, building a business, having a career so you can provide for your family and children. Or if you don't have family and children, getting yourself to the point where you are on your purpose so you can then have a family and children to provide for and give them a good future. So those are things that I think men should be thinking about. Like, if you wake up every day and you don't really know how your bills are going to be paid or something like that, well, you should not be thinking about how our ancestors were slaved by the evil, mad white man, you know, hundreds of years ago.
Well, not I mean, not so much the slavery part, but the fall. So you know, like from the fall of Egypt, you know, and as far as, you know, rising back up and things of that nature, you know.
So I'll leave you with this, and then I'll bring up another caller.
Okay.
So memories are good for one reason. Memories are not good to dwell on. It's not good to dwell on memories. Memories are there for you to extract out lessons learned.
Okay.
The only reason for you to be going down memory lane is to extract out memories learned.
Right. Right.
Extract out lessons learned. So
Uh-huh.
you got to think, well, what is the lesson that you learned from slavery?
Right.
The only lesson to learn is that the world does not owe you understanding. It's up to you to understand the world. Life is a competition.
Right.
Life is a competition, bro. People don't like to say it.
No,
People
there's
don't
no
like to
doubt.
say it,
No
but
doubt.
there's a hierarchy to things, right? Why
Right.
is there a hierarchy to things? Because things are valued differently. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
Within this, the lesson that you should extract out is that we lost. We actually lost the battle. Think about it. As far as in Africa, we were enslaved by other Africans. So we wasn't even at the top of the Africans when we was in Africa. We was the bottom feeders. You get what I'm saying? And then we were sold in slavery, and some of us were just taken because they had guns and we didn't have any guns, etc., or they had more military and we didn't have weaponry to fight off the bad guys to keep us safe or whatever. You get what I'm saying? So Deuteronomy, if you read the Bible, after Deuteronomy, get to Numbers. When God said, number everyone, the first thing you prioritize is protecting your community. So every boy got a number, and these boys was put into the military to protect their community. So anytime you build something, so extract out this lesson learned. Anytime you are building something or creating something, if you love it, you need to protect it. If you get a chick, you know that you marry her, you know that you would protect your girl. Someone touches her butt or does anything, you're gonna punch them, you're gonna knock them out. So what I'm saying that in Africa, when we was over there, we didn't protect what we built. Then after slavery, meaning when? Early 1900s, 1940 and stuff like that. Jim Crow. People was building, 1920s and all the way up to 1940s. People was building Black Wall Street. Black Wall Street. Yeah, there's some things, maybe government was involved, KKK with the government. They was definitely involved. But guess what? We knew how to create the guns. We knew all of these military things to protect the things that we created, but we did not prioritize that. What did we prioritize? Well, we built some laundromats, we built some movie theaters, we built some stuff to, you know what I mean? People was playing music, you got jazz, they focusing on the wrong things. Listen, freak music, nigga, we were slaves before. I don't give a freak about music. I'm building rocket launchers so it never has to happen again. You building a horn or something, nigga, are you stupid? I'll be back there. Put the horn down, nigga. Build some guns. Are you dumb?
For real.
That's what you prioritize. If you love something, you protect it. That's masculinity and that's the man. That. So that's the message, nigga. That's the lesson that you extract out.
I like that. I like that.
Love.
Oh, real. Okay, so one more
sometimes.
one more question, man, and that's what it's all about, passion, man. But,
that's what it's about, man. That's what it's about.
I just wanted to say, like my father was a Panther, so he believed in standing for the the ones that were being oppressed at the time and things of that nature. And when these days we mention Black Panther and people just think Marvel Studios. Not to say anything about the movie, but sure. I like the movie in the sense of because we have to turn that passion into purpose, so to speak. And I think when at the end of the movie when he told King T'Challa told his cousin, "Hey man, you're not fit to be king because you forget about the ones that hung, bled, and died, worked blood, sweat, and tears, and things of that nature, and you're just going to die as far as with your ancestors that jumped from the ship." and it's like, man, what, why can't we just, kind of live? But I mean, this was a good conversation, and I definitely, what I'm saying, appreciate the
Appreciate you, man.
passion,
Appreciate
man.
you,
You know
man.
what I'm
Of
saying,
course,
and
man. Of course.
and you jogging my
Yeah,
memory a little
people
bit.
like to be like, coolly, man. I don't know if you with the black community. Like, well, I'm with the black community
Nah, for
more
sure.
than you even think, man.
Right,
But
right,
listen,
right,
I
right.
wanted to bring up Tyga. He said he hit me in a private chat, said he has some questions for you. Go ahead, Tyga.
No doubt.
Um, uh, First of all, I just want to say, we're Americans and we're Christians, so don't take this the wrong way. But I was just curious. The, like one of the very first things you said when Cooley brought you up, you asked him about reparations and this, and I was just curious. My question is, where does it stop? Because I'll say this. Obviously, I recognize the plight of everybody's ancestors, right? So my question is, like, I'm part Irish, and my peoples were enslaved several times by the
Right,
Nordic,
right.
by the British. We could go
Right.
down the line. Do we deserve reparations too, or what do you think about that?
Absolutely. And see, I'm glad you brought back up reparations, because here's my theory on reparations. Like I said, I'm Christian, so I believe that Jesus is your reparations, in the sense that, that was God's way to atone and, sacrifice, and things of that nature, to make, as far as like atonement. Atonement means to make amends. Like, man, I want to make amends with you, because I know you're born into a fallen system or a fallen world, a sinful nature. So I'm going to, send Jesus to die, on the cross for your sins, man. I mean, I don't know if you believe that, but I mean, all I can do is share that with you, as far as that's your reparations, man.
Okay, and that's fair. Like I totally agree with that. But would you say the same thing for to black people in America? I'm not saying it's you, but there is a certain maybe even we could even say it's a small sect of the black community who still to this day demand that there be monetary, not just in the form of spiritual, but monetary reparations from the government for past grievances. Would you agree with that? Or
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And I don't separate the monetary aspect from the spiritual. When you ask
well, I
someone,
think that you did. I think that you did separate them because when I asked you about my peoples and whether or not you said yes, but our form of reparation is the crucifixion of Jesus Christ, and that's all well and good, but if that's the case, I mean, can't we say that to those who would say that black people deserve monetary reparations from the government?
absolute no. Well, I mean, what I'm saying is, Jesus literally, turned water into wine. We know about, like that's monetary. So what I'm saying is, he gives us, um you know a way to make money. You see what I'm saying? So that I don't. That's why I say I don't separate the two. Because when you come to Jesus, it's not about money. It's like, sell all your possessions and come follow me. This is what he says. So it's like, how do we enter in? And that's why I was asking Cooley, as far as, what would you say to someone whose teacher, his father was lynched by white supremacists. Uh, we all know the story. The most honorable Elijah Muhammad. His father was lynched by white supremacists, and that's where he said, forget Christianity, and found Islam. And so, but that was an avenue or a lane, because Islam, leads right back to Jesus anyway. But you know, I was just asking because some people that say, well, you weren't a slave, so you know why do you care as far as what your ancestors dealt with, or what type of
Well, that's
war.
actually kind of what I'm getting at because, again, I think there might be a bit of a misunderstanding here. I think what you've done here is, and I don't think you meant to. I think there's just a bit of a contradiction here. I think that you said over here, these people deserve monetary compensation, right? And for these people over here, the compensation, the reparations, so to speak, is provided through the crucifixion of Christ. And I think that's a contradiction. I think that's not fair, right? Because what you're trying to say is like, okay, you say, okay, the argument is, okay, these people were never slaves, and so right, so neither was I. You and I were neither one of them, but both of our peoples did experience this, at
Right,
some
right,
point
right, right,
in the
right,
genealogy. But for one
right.
people, you say we should have a governmental, reparations, whereas for the other people, the reparations are manifest through Christ. And I think that's a bit of a contradiction and also a double standard.
Well, let me ask you this: when you flip over that almighty dollar bill and it reads "In God We Trust," what do you see that? Do you see that as the Illuminati, like some secret society that worships the devil, or do you see that as Jesus?
I see that the "In God We Trust" on the dollar bill is simply it's simply a reference to the fact that our founding fathers, the founding fathers of America, were Christians, and that I don't think that really has much of a bearing on the matter at all. But
Okay, so think about the pyramid, the Inuit concepts. You see that pyramid right there, and I've heard it philosophized this way, and you can challenge this idea, or coolly or allow, but at the opposite ends of that pyramid, it's me and you. Like I don't necessarily trust you. You don't necessarily trust me. But if you trust in God and I trust in God, then there He is, in the midst, the all
Well,
seeing, all knowing.
I actually agree with that. And I think that
Okay.
you laid out a real. Although I don't think you fully understand what you just said, but I think what you're saying is the only way that we can get past these ancestral grievances, right, is to unite under a universal, unerring, non-changing standard, which would be Christianity, which is what America was founded on. And yes, America has not been perfect, but we've made tremendous strides in especially in recent decades. The '60s, the civil rights, blah blah blah, to bridge this gap. So to the point where I'm just not. I'm just. This is where I have the problem. I'm just not. I don't understand how you can say over here these people because it was more recent. I guess maybe that's what you're saying, because it was more recent. These people deserve monetary compensation, and because these people over here, it wasn't as recent, they don't get monetary compensation. It's just we unite under. But the point is, what you've already laid out, that I don't think you understand, is that we are uniting under the universal idea that in God we trust, and here we are now. We can all be equal and
Yeah.
work, right,
Uh-huh.
and be good men and be good Christian men and lead the nation, and like that's okay. I'm kind of rambling, but you get what I'm saying, right? Or
No, I get exactly what you're saying, and I know that word reparations, it can trigger a lot of people into, like, hey, hold up, you deserve to get some type of money or something like that for being enslaved, and
Yeah, so that's
things.
not what you're saying, right? Like, well, we shouldn't spend untold millions or billions of dollars to give black people reparations for slavery, right? Or
So that's why I go back and I say, Jesus is your reparations. That's
so
kind of my
Jesus is also your reparations too, right?
right. Absolutely.
Okay. All right.
That's exactly, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, that's all I had.
yeah. Good conversation there. In
Absolutely.
regards to reparations, so real quick, so you're saying that LD Nation, because you did bring up reparations, we didn't really dive into that because you mentioned it and you kind of let it go and you asked another question.
Yeah.
But so your stance on reparations again is you think that Jesus is the reparations, meaning that the government and our nation's tax dollars should not be going to black people.
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. All right, fair enough. So that's not really a
Absolutely.
reparations debate. Okay, Wick Kid Dreams, you were up here, man. You had something to say?
07 Wicked.
Yeah, I was just still confused. Also,
You frozen, man.
so I'm just curious on.
Yeah, Wick Kid, you super frozen.
Oh no, Wicked, come back, bro.
Yeah, let me. I'm gonna go ahead and exit you out, and then just come right back up, man. Let me get. Let me see some here. Okay, yeah, that's your mic. LD Nation, I'm gonna mute you when you're not speaking because it's like a echo, not an echo, but it's some static. Let me
Wicked,
bring
come back.
up Carl. Carl said you wanted to come
What's
up.
up, brother?
Welcome to No Fugazi Podcast. State your name, where you're from, and give me your age too.
What's up, brother?
We on TikTok. What's going on, man?
All right, how y'all doing, man? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Good. Thanks for pulling me up. What's up, fellas? How y'all doing, man?
Good.
Good. Well, I just wanted to join into the conversation a little bit and add like a little bit of perspective. I really like the diversity that's going on right now on the screen. So if you look at what's happening in some of the states and the jurisdictions that are like allowing this reparations to go through, like what it is, like I know like in Georgia they done it, I think some cities in South Carolina, but what it is, they've had some commissions and some folks go back and like study the records, and they found people that have traced their lineage like directly to actual families that either own their family members or that like some kind of way the government finagled their family out of the land that was supposed to be tied to them. So those are the only cases where I've known that have actually like been verified and gone through. There is like a lot of smoke. A lot of people are just kind of jump on the bandwagon and say, hey, give me my money because I'm black. But like in real life, as far as the stuff that's gone through, just like how, some folks that have been able to prove a certain amount of Native American ancestry can get certain benefits, like going to like Florida State for free or for a reduced cost or something like that. But I just wanted to add that. And Cooley, I know we had talked about race once before. I really like and appreciate, your panel, your ability to bring together different people, from different mindsets and information and different things like that. And then overall, your whole thing, I agree with it. I buy it. It's about how you apply the information that you have. The one thing I will say is, in the past, when laws have had to be overturned, as far as saying, hey, you can't do this to this group of people, you can't do this to that group of people. One of the things that has been considered is the application. But I've also heard some of your philosophy evolve, and get more specific and detailed as you've gone on. And I recognize you say, well, think about it, but you don't dwell on it. Like there's some very things that are key that you talk about, man. So I've been a supporter. I'm still a supporter. Thanks for pulling me up. I just wanted to chime in on that particular area because I'm listening to what the brother was saying. And I agree. There have been people that have been done wrong. One of the things I will say, the differences with other races, because there was Irish, the Italians, when they came here, they were discriminated against. Obviously, the Jewish. One interesting difference that separates people of color is that, it's been said that, when and that's the thing too, when the Irish, the Italians, these people came here, they bonded together and they stayed together. They were able to get integrated and assimilated into the quote unquote American culture. Get some politicians here, get some law enforcement there, and then ultimately, the commonality of skin color, in an Italian and an Irish or a Slavic or a different type of person, ultimately being able to kind of look more similar than a person that's black, you're gonna
Yeah.
always stand out.
Yeah, it's just
Even if
much
you mix,
easier
you're gonna have
for
some
the
black, you know what I'm
Irish, the
saying?
Italians to come together and to assimilate much easier than
A little
than
bit.
black people. You get what I'm saying? So yeah, there's always and thank you for pointing out those differences, because the Irish and the Italians were definitely discriminated against, but it was just differently than the way black people was discriminated against. So
In America.
yeah, man. What's up?
In America.
Yeah,
Not
in America. Yeah, in America. Let me get up some more people. What's going on, Beans?
What up, man?
State your name, where you from, and give me your age too.
Who you talking to?
Beans, we on TikTok, so you gotta give me your age, man. I know you like 60, bro, but say your age.
Man, you out your mouth. Listen, I'm 28. What? Hey, listen, man, I'm trans-able. I'm trans-able, bro. Okay?
Fair enough.
All right? Nah, but I'm 48. I'm cool with my age.
Cool.
You know what I'm saying?
All right, man. Talk to us.
I wanted to see, because I had just finished the show. I came over. I wanted to see the guy above me. I wanted to make sure that he wasn't saying he don't think black people should get reparations. Is that what you were saying, sir?
Are you talking to me?
Yes, sir.
Black people in America should not get reparations. No, I don't think so.
Okay. So do you have a problem? Well, let me not ask it that way, because I want to phrase it that way. Let me do this way first, because I wasn't here if you said it, so forgive me if I'm asking you to repeat yourself. But why shouldn't they get reparations? The main reason.
Well, simply because it's the slippery slope fallacy. It's like, okay, well, where does it stop? If our goal is to right every historical wrong, right, we could go down this slippery slope for all of eternity, right? And the thing is that, literally every demographic of people throughout history have been enslaved at some point. I mean, slaves were the first good that has ever been traded amongst humans, right? So it is the slippery slope fallacy. Like, where does it end? Because the fact is, again, we've all been enslaved, right?
Okay,
We've all
you said that twice. So let me just make
if we're going to give black people reparations,
right?
Hold on, let me finish, because this is important, and then I'll let you go. I'm sorry, but I'm sorry to ramble, but if we were to give black people in America reparations, then okay, where does it stop? We need to give my people, the Irish, or these people, the blah blah blah, reparations for something that happened several hundred or even thousand years ago. First of all, it would bankrupt the country. It would make everything worse, right? Right now, where we're at, it's not perfect, right? America is not perfect, but it is pretty damn good comparatively to other countries as far as how we're able to unite under a singular American ideology, right? So let's not. I think it would be beneficial to just be like, okay, now we're in the position for all of us, no matter our skin color, to just be Americans and work hard and rise above our own grievances, our own you get what I'm saying. Go ahead.
So I don't actually. To be honest, I'm not even trying to be rude. Nothing you said made any sense. You mentioned going back 1,000 years. America is not even that old.
I mean, just generally speaking, when we're talking about people.
But when I tried to cut you off, you asked me to let you finish, right? So I know you're going to give me the same grace, right?
That's fair. Sorry.
Right. So America is not 1,000 years old. So we don't have to worry about what they're doing over in Egypt or Germany or anywhere else. We're just talking about America. And when we're talking about reparations, we're talking about a debt that is old, right? Now, I know a lot of people like to go into the Jim Crow era, the civil rights era, the prison industrial complex, the crack era. A lot of people like to go into those things, redlining even, right? And they like to request reparations for those things as well. I'm not here to argue against it, but I'm also not a person who argues for it. So I'll minimize my reparations request to what is owed. And then I'll reframe the question. How about what's just owed? Do we have a problem with those reparations?
I'm not sure that I understand your question. What are you asking?
So there was
Reparations for what action?
I'm sorry, go ahead, sir.
Sorry, but reparations for what? For slavery, for the redlining? What specifically are you talking about?
Right. So there was a promise made, right? A lawfully promise made for reparations to the freed slaves. It was given and then taken away, right? So I'm talking about that specific debt. That's what I'm saying. I don't argue for or against all of the other airline
Okay,
and
to,
all the other stuff. I don't even care.
just the freed slaves or the family of the freed
Absolutely.
slaves? How far into
Yes.
this? Now, are you talking about now? What about now? Who's paying it?
The same people who pay all the other reparations, taxpayers, right?
So
The taxpayers. So white people, black people. So you're talking about black people paying reparations for black people
It will eventually come
as
to
well,
that,
correct?
absolutely.
so
Okay. So
is that kind of redundant?
now where? How do you trace the line? Well, hold on. How do you trace the line of
Yeah.
who gets it and
Well,
who
some
pays
of
it?
these questions have been answered before
But
because
it doesn't matter.
there are
One second.
This is an
Yeah,
honest question. These are
yeah,
just
well
honest
they
questions.
it doesn't
they're
matter if they
legitimate.
asked before. They not trust me. They not gonna throw a monkey wrench in my plans at all. So
Well,
here's
see,
Well, I'm just saying
No, no,
it's
sir.
true. Like that's what I said before. Of
Who pays it? How do you find out who's paying and who's
right.
yeah.
receiving? How do you find out who
There's
gets it?
commissions and there's historical societies that comb through records for that information. They look through prior census records. They look through prior marriage records. Look through property records. So in some cities and jurisdictions, they have been able to actually trace, living descendants going back generations of blood and say, okay, well, this person, your family was owned by these people, and they valued your family at this amount of money, and this how much their estate has been worth. So they have gone and cut checks. Where's the money come from? Those jurisdictions. You have to look. I'm sorry, I don't have the website to show you, but if you do a legitimate Google search, you will find there have been multiple jurisdictions that have done this, and the money has come from government entities. I don't know that there's been millions set aside from our multi-billion-dollar budget for certain things, but that's how it happens. They put hundreds of millions here, hundreds of millions there. It goes to states, then it goes to cities, then it goes to counties. So the commissions, they're from a multitude of different government agencies, and they use legitimate research to find. It's not just a blanket. If you black, come get in line and get some money. But they have gone back and looked at records to see, well, these certain black families, they should be owed this amount. So it hasn't rolled out
That's all
across the
well and
entire
good.
country because it is difficult to prove, and those are legitimate questions, and that's the only way that it's been awarded. But now the thing
That's all
is,
well and
all
good.
those
But here's
records
the
aren't
thing,
available. Go
because
ahead.
okay, here's the thing, right? So we've all been enslaved, right? At one point, right? The Nordic peoples enslaved both Africans and Irish people, right? So should we as Americans should we lobby for the Nordic peoples who exist today to pay you and
Well,
I
the
reparations
only
for
difference
our
is
previous enslavement?
do you see what's happening?
American slavery
Brother
was
right
tied
here.
to American
Hold on
land.
one second, please. Hold on one second, please. Do you see what's
Also,
happening here?
another thing, you're not actually
Hold on, not also.
addressing
Hold on,
with
hold
his
on, hold on, hold on.
question when he asked, okay, who if it's going to be who's going
Bruh,
to pay and who's going to receive, because it could
right,
be conceived that both black people and white people owe both black people and white people reparations. So who's going to pay who? It's
right.
absurd,
So,
and this is
so,
just not going to work. And it's going to bankrupt the country. It's going to make
right.
everything
So it's
worse.
so it's
Real
not going
quick,
to bankrupt
Tyga.
the
Yeah,
country
go
because
ahead.
we've already given
Go ahead,
almost
Beans.
$50
Go ahead.
billion
Then real quick, Beans,
to
right
foreign
before you
companies.
go, Beans, because there's like a static, and I want to try to get it figured out to see where it's coming from. Wick Kid, I got you muted because there's static coming from your end. Maybe take
Yes,
the
sir.
ear. I think if you take that out and just put it on speakerphone on your phone, that may work better. And then we got who else? Where's this? Oh, okay, it was coming from LD Nation. LD Nation, I muted you. That's where that's. But yo, LD Nation, if you
You got
want to
static
come
now?
in, nope, you're good, Kid. LD Nation, if you want to speak, just write me in a private chat and I'll unmute you. Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry, Beans. Go ahead. You good?
Yeah.
But
So
good conversation, fellas. Go ahead.
absolutely. So all the money that we send to foreign countries around the world, and foreign aid, all the money that we give to immigrants when they come over here, we're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars, and somehow the
We shouldn't
country
be
is
giving.
bankrupt. Right. So again, this is why I minimized it, right? Because I wanted to make sure that I wasn't mishearing something, right? But I know now for sure I'm just hearing what I'm usually hearing, which is that people don't want black people to get what they owed. And that's where they really
What do they owe? What do they owe? Like how much? Like what do y'all want?
Sir. So this is what I'm saying. The host just told us it's been a good show so far, right? But again, when I tried to cut you off, you stopped me. So I'm gonna ask you one more time. Right? Give me the same grace you asked for, it's gonna go bad, right? So again, we've given all this money to everybody else, billions of dollars. We paid reparations to other people too, in the tunes of millions of dollars, right? Japanese people got reparations, right? I think even Jewish people got reparations, right? So but when it comes to black people, it's going to bankrupt the country, right? So what I did was this: I minimized it. Forget redlining, forget prison industrial, forget crack, forget Jim Crow, forget all of that. All we're just talking about are the 2 million freed slaves who were promised something years ago, right? It's a debt that is owed. It is that simple. It's a debt that is owed.
Well, I mean, that's fair. Like, I'll agree with you. Yeah, we shouldn't be sending untold amounts of money to these other countries for bullshit reasons. But I mean, I still don't think that equates. Okay, let's take that money that we're spending on other countries for bullshit reasons and give it to black people who exist today, who have never been slaves. I mean, it's just absurd.
Absolutely.
And like, we were never slave holders. Like that shit is over with, right? And it's like,
so wait. Let me ask you a question. So I get that argument, right? Because Charlie Kirk made this same racist argument. So let me ask you this question.
It's not a racist argument. It's just an argument.
Yeah, it's not a racist.
Well, coming from Charlie Kirk, it's a racist argument because he's a racist.
Well, don't conflate me with Charlie Kirk. I'm not Charlie Kirk, right?
I'm actually conceding not you right now because I don't know you to be a racist, but he is. So here's my question to you.
Well, he's not, but okay.
Your mother, if your mother and father were on a train and that train derailed and crashed and your mother and father died, and they found that it was due to negligence of the train company and you were owed an X amount of dollars, would you accept the money? Yes or no, sir?
Wait. So my parents are on a train. The train derails due to negligence of the train. Now, was it negligence on the part of the train driver? Is that?
It was negligence on the company, sir.
Well, okay. I mean, maybe, but that's not the same thing, right? Because
it doesn't have to be exactly the same, right? Because
I don't think that's analogous. So
it is.
it
absolutely is, and it absolutely is. And I'll explain to you how, right? I'll explain to you how, right? Because your parents suffered something that you also did not suffer, right?
Okay.
But you're still going to accept the money rewarded to them based on their suffering.
All right. So should we pay my parents' grandchildren and great grandchildren and great great grandchildren and great great grandchildren for that too, or like when does it stop?
So again, when you ask when does it stop, this is how I know it's disingenuous, right? Because again, that's why I've already told you I am minimizing it to the 2 million freed slaves who were owed something. There is a number that takes account to. Here, I'll do it even better for you. You know what that number is? It's actually about 147,000 per person. It's not even a lot of money.
Okay, so let me just get this straight. You think that the descendants of 2 million freed slaves, which is God knows how many people that is at this point, deserve X amount of $100,000
See what
in
you're
reparations.
doing. I don't even know if you're not thinking
All
this.
I'm doing is asking for clarification. I'm not doing anything.
I'm gonna give it to you. I'm gonna give it to you, but it's shocking to me that you keep doing this. You keep making
What
it
am I
seem
doing?
like I'm gonna tell you if you be quiet and let me. You keep
Okay.
making it seem like that there's a payment for every individual. It's not. That's the point. It's a payment. It's money owed. This is why I keep trying to tell you, get that thought out of your head. We passed that. I done took all that other stuff, the things that were happening to black people as a demographic, like redlining and all that other stuff, I took it out. All we're talking about is the 40 acres and a mule that was promised, what that equates to in today's money, and that being given to the families. And I just told you that's $147,000 in today's money. You multiply that by 2 million, and there's your debt.
Okay, so what is that?
Right now.
147,000 times 2 million. What is that?
Well, how would you how to
You
track
get the calculator out. You gotta get the
can we say it?
A lot of them aren't alive though.
294 billion.
Can you? Well, wait a minute.
194 billion. Okay. All right. So you think we should spend America should spend $194 billion to an indiscriminate amount of people whose lineage at this point over several hundred years is completely indiscriminate. And you think that will right a historical wrong. Is that correct, sir?
Absolutely. Because it's a debt owed and it will be paid. And nobody will be able to talk shit about it ever again.
Okay, well, why don't we send that bill to the peoples that actually started and to this day withhold the transatlantic slave trade and not Americans? How about that?
Because that's not their debt. We're not talking about their debt.
Why isn't it their debt? They started it.
That's not the debt we're talking about. We're talking about the American debt.
So the only things I would
this is how
throw
they
in
got
there
the slaves, bro.
to assist y'all's both sides of the argument are, one, so I agree that there is a number. It is a finite number. Whether or not everyone will get it, whether or not it's there, whatever the case is, maybe not. But there's starting points. One starting point that most folks on both sides of the aisle have agreed on is in the law. It's in the legal statutes that were codified in the formation of the United States. One being after the Civil War. Once we went to the Constitution of the United States versus the Confederate States, land that the Confederates, who were called traitors and treasonous, land that they murdered and pillaged and stole and raped to acquire and maintain for decades and generations, it was taken by the United States government after the Civil War, and it was redistributed to Union generals, to blacks, to freed blacks, to families who worked that land for generations as slaves. It was redistributed, but what happened is the southern states and generals and folks in power, they took it back. So that's one of the starting points, is going back and seeing those parcels. And there, people talk about 40 acres and a mule like that. Those numbers weren't just thrown out there arbitrarily. It was calculated based on the acreage and the populations at the time and how much money was brought in. Like, this stuff was actually, it was codified and it was legit, man. Slaves were insured. There's major banking companies now today that insured slaves, and that money has been rolled over and rolled over. So I agree with a little bit what both you guys are saying. It's not necessarily just a blank check for anybody that signs up, but there are numbers out there. And then the other thing I would say is one small difference is American chattel slavery for blacks has been acknowledged by historians to have been much more brutal than what other races experienced. Was I alive back then? No. Just like nobody's been to hell and come back to tell us what it was like. But that's something that folks have talked about. But I hear what you're saying. We weren't alive back then, and that's valid, but I agree with what both you guys are saying, because what you're saying, brother, in the bottom corner there, you can't say that loud enough. You know, that's how we
Yes.
come to the table and figure out what works for everybody.
Yeah. So when
Yeah,
we
that's
have
actually a
this,
good
when we
point.
have
And I,
real
sorry,
quick,
go
when we have this discussion about reparations, because you both make good points, is not to say that, you know, you're not making good points. No, Tiger brings up very valid points, but also Beans brings up good points. And I would actually say that if we ask ourselves, do black people today deserve and are owed? Like if you owe something, that would tie into deserve. Two different words, but okay, let's say deserve. I would actually say, yeah, they do deserve it. But then I would have to ask myself, and this would be a different conversation. I would say that, well,
Don't do it.
who cares? I'm doing it. Listen, because it
Hey.
is. Because listen, there's one thing about men. If you're a masculine man, you can say
Yeah,
like,
quit
okay,
bitching, yeah.
okay, cool. You can go ahead and give me what I deserve. Thank you. You know, the ancestors been through some stuff. I would agree that, you know, we would be owed that. Especially with the way Beans put it. We were owed. They said that they were going to give us 40 acres and a mule. They never gave it to us. So we can say that we are actually owed something. So therefore we deserve what we are owed because we never got it. But what is it doing for us to still complain about it now? I would also say
Yeah, I
that.
mean, why don't you take
I
that
would
up
also,
with
I would
Abraham
also say
Lincoln,
this.
right?
I would also say, would it actually help? Would it actually like help black people currently? I think that what would help black people more currently is if, you know, we got with our women and got married to them, and there weren't, you know, 70% of the households didn't come from single mother homes. I would say that would help a lot now as well. But so how much did you say the money was, Beans? What was that figure?
The most recent calculations that I did was
It was
around 147 to
around $147,000
for each
Yeah,
individual.
for each
Yeah,
individual.
only
And
untold
then
billions of dollars, you know, just a little bit. Yeah.
so then,
Only
but
Let me,
untold.
Tiger,
let me say this real quick.
Where,
real quick,
where does it stop, though?
I'm really
Where does the
tired of the
I know,
reparations
real quick.
stop?
Let me just finish my thought because I was letting you guys speak, right?
I just wanted to
So,
give you the number, the actual
okay,
number.
give me the number. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. When you do the math, the actual number is 294 billion, which is actually 2% of the current $14 trillion worth of wealth in America that was built on slavery.
No, that's the
Yeah.
debt, sir, not the wealth.
So
Oh, you're just retarded. You're not hearing what I'm saying.
That's the
so look.
Yeah,
debt.
but hey,
So,
can I say something?
Tiger, let me finish my point. And Phil, I
Sorry,
got you.
sorry.
I'll have you introduce yourself too, right? But real quick, while we're having this conversation, my thoughts on it, because in most cases, I argue against the reparations. I don't say that we don't deserve it, though. I'll be like, nah, niggas do deserve that, right? We are owed that. So on Bean's side is yes, but it's like the one thing is, well, who's gonna pay it? Are we going to pay it? Black people themselves? Are white people going to pay it? Are Mexicans going to pay it that just came over here that had no part of doing or partaking in the slavery? So who's actually going to pay it? Then you can say, well, maybe the corporations that was back then that are still in power now, that still have their corporations now, like maybe like a Wells Fargo bank or something like that. You get what I'm saying? That's been around since maybe slavery days or Jim Crow days, something like that.
You gotta mute him, Cooley. I can't hear you. What you
Oh, you
saying?
can't hear me? I didn't even.
At the bottom talking to his wife.
Yeah. Well, I gotta mute you, Phil. I don't know who you were speaking to, man. This guy over there, boo loving with a chick. I heard a chick voice in the background. So essentially, what I'm saying here is, I get both points, and both Beans, you make a valid point. Listen, Beans, listen. If we get the bread, okay, we get the bread. Great. $147,000 for me, it ain't gonna do much. I mean, $147,000 for anyone is gonna do something, but it's like, it isn't gonna change my life like it would maybe change other people's life. I'll take it, I'll invest it, and start a new business and do something like that. I have the mindset to actually do something to actually bring other people value, to actually be in service to other people. We would say that most black people, even most people wouldn't have that mindset to invest the money back into the market or to be in service and provide to the market. You get what I'm saying? Most black people won't do that. They would just spend it on whatever. You know what I mean? This doesn't mean though. No. The one thing is, it doesn't mean that we aren't owed and we don't deserve it. That's why your standpoint, I can say I agree with it. But overall, I would say that, man, freak these niggas. No, I'm playing.
Bro,
Can I present a question? Can I present a question on the topic?
I'm joking on that one. Go ahead.
So here's the question. If let's say Cooley, let's say you owed me money, right?
Yeah.
But then we get both are old and we die, right? And then but I never paid up your debt. And then my great grandchild goes to your great grandchild and says, "You owe me money because your great grandpappy didn't pay my great grandpappy what he was owed to him."
Yeah.
Would that be now making the sins of the father fall upon the child?
Good question.
Yeah, same thing. And I also, the one analogy I use, I say that if you were in a relationship with a chick, say you met a chick, right? And then she like, well, my ex put me in debt. He put me through all of this. And, you know, if you want to be with me, you got to go ahead and pay off this other man's debt. Like, wait, chick, I didn't do this. This other man did this. So it's so many different analogies that we can use where it's like, it's almost it is nonsensical, because if we are going to pay it, everyone is going to come from all of our tax dollars, unless we find these corporations that actually funded, you know, the slave trade and get the money directly from them.
Coolly.
Yeah.
Come on, bro.
But
listen,
that's still like,
as a man who is in the top 10% of earners, I'm gonna need you to present yourself as smarter than this, right? That was actually one of the stupidest analogies I ever heard in my life.
Which one?
Really?
If mine was stupid, then his was stupid too.
The one that my
thing.
friend next to me just used, my friend Glenn just used.
Oh, you said that was stupid?
Can you explain why?
Absolutely dumb, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
And the reason
That was
why
a perfect
is because
analogy. What are you talking about?
we can't compare the individuals. We're not talking about individuals, right? Here's the thing again. The land was allotted. The president said, nah, we ain't gonna get him that, and took it back, right? That's why it's a debt that's still owed. The businesses that thrive from that still exist. I just told you, but you couldn't hear it because the white boy wanted to make a joke.
Oh, I'm a white boy now. I made it. Okay.
Right?
That's not
There's
racist.
there's over 400. I'm gonna do this when you talking too from now on, just so you know, Cooley. I'm letting you know. Every time he talk, I'm over talking him.
Yeah, one mic at a
You
time.
just-
So
you
let's
just-
do
you
one
just-
mic at a time.
you
Don't
just
worry
made
about it.
racist,
Don't worry
but
about it. We
okay.
got it, white boy. We got it. We got it. Okay.
White boy. Oh.
So absolutely, all that tough to die. So here's the thing: there's $450 trillion worth of wealth in the world. 14 trillion of that is based on U.S. slavery alone. So what we're
14
saying is, in America alone, right? We're not talking about the rest of the world. We're just talking about in America alone. You have a plethora of businesses and people. You have key industries like agriculture, textiles, banking and finance, insurance companies. The brother mentioned that earlier. Railroads, universities, all of these places that were built on the finances provided from slavery. So there's about $14 trillion. We're talking about $294 billion, which is 2% of that. We're talking about 2% of the wealth that still exists today. There is no argument for this. We give away hundreds of billions.
There is
of
an
dollars
argument.
all
Still
the
presenting
time.
it.
Not to mention the fact that we spend $1 trillion on military. We spend $1 trillion on welfare and assistance all the time. So it's not like we don't have the money.
Yeah, so there's your reparations.
We're going to do the same thing that we always do, which is borrow money and have them printed, and then the taxpayers are going to pay on the interest of that money borrowed.
Okay,
That's
so
the way
Bean,
it
so
works.
real quick, and then I'll let looks like Glenn, I'll have you
Yeah,
go
because
in a
y'all
second.
hate intelligence. Y'all just want to argue with your feelings.
So Beans, I got you. Let me repeat it back so we all understand. So essentially, you're saying no. You know, we actually have these companies that pretty much, was funding slavery and stuff like that are still around now, and this is where we can collect the tax dollars from them, or we can collect the finances from them to pay back the reparations to black people and stuff like that. So we're not going to go after these the citizens' tax dollars. We're going to go after the company. Okay, so who has a rejection to that?
So my question again, it goes back to
Not
what I
gonna
presented.
answer it. You asked the question. He's saying, "I got a question."
And I'm gonna end and again, let me get my statement out before you jump down my throat. Okay.
Mhm.
It goes back to the principle. It goes back to the principle I was trying to make, because there's actually it's an article of it's a constitutional principle, Article 1, Section 9 of the U.S. Constitution bans a bill on attainder punishing the descendants for the crimes of others. So if and reparations would actually violate that principle. So that's what I'm getting at. Is like you're saying, well, the government did that. Well, the government is made up of people. The people at that time made that agreement. That if they fail to make that uphold that agreement, why are you going to punish descendants of people that make up a government down the road?
So here's the difference. If I
You see how
can
he didn't
offer,
answer your question at all. This is what I'm telling you. It's not about actually having a concise conversation about it. It's just about saying no to niggas.
No, Beans,
No.
real quick.
It's
what
just
it's
about
all about.
emotional arguments
I
because
would-
woe is me, I'm black, and slavery,
Yeah,
blah,
let's
blah,
have
I would
some
say-
decorum. Let's have some decorum real quick. I'm gonna let you go in 2 seconds, Kirk. Let's have some decorum.
Yeah, I would say the money. So we established the money's
He
there.
didn't answer the question,
Go ahead, Cool.
though. No, I wanted to like make it clear though. He did give an answer to my question was, well, okay, who has a rejection to what Beans just proposed? We get the money from the companies
get rejection.
that endorse slavery. He rejected it concisely.
Yeah.
And
How? He didn't mention the
So
companies
what
at
the
all.
answer? I have an answer for that too.
Oh, okay, go ahead. You can go ahead.
So the money's there. I see the rejection there. The thing is, the thing that's not spoken about, what is the why, and it's the major hangup, is the evils of American chattel slavery is so deep. Government, people, money. You're talking about at this point, African Americans make up, and we're going to get in the land of philosophy and conjecture here, but bear with me for 10 seconds. We're talking about African Americans are 1 in 10 Americans, but we're 8 in 10 Americans in jails and prisons. This didn't happen prior to the civil rights movement. This didn't happen prior to the 60s or the 70s. It was a direct offshoot. So we're talking about a system where our schools are underfunded, our communities are underfunded, we're policed at higher rates, we're arrested at higher rates, and the lines are being drawn directly from when certain laws were created, when black codes, to connect to why these numbers are so large. So it's an institutional issue. We've created a subhuman category, a secondary citizen, if you will, in a caste system in America that's based on race, and it's substantiated through stereotypes and numbers that have been inflated through racism. So Cooley had a video months ago talking about why we shouldn't maintain this victim mindset, and it was perfect and brilliant because it served no purpose, except there was one thing I was itching to bring up from a legal perspective, in that the only time that laws have been stricken down as racist is when they were proven by constitutionally that those laws were created during a racist time, and that the application has turned out to be racist, meaning that's affecting one group more than the other group. So
excuse me, sir. Could I respond to one of your earlier points?
Who are you responding to, Beans or him? Okay.
Him. Sorry, I didn't catch
Carl.
your name. Carl. When it comes to like funding, if you look at globally speaking, the United States pays the most per teacher and per school district. It's just the issue is that there's a inefficiency, or there's some money laundering going on into some of these urban school, or the like the urban inner city schools. That's what I was looking for. And the issue of that mainly is that it's all mono party with Democrats kind of like running it, which makes it easy to go and steal money. So I would say when it comes to that, it's I agree with your point that I think there is like a racial caste system in America that's been sort of developed over the years, and I could definitely see that in place. And there is some effects of that, but I don't think that without, I don't think the solution is as easy as you're making it sound. No offense.
Thank you.
Okay, Tiger or Beans or Glenn Lawrence, because I know y'all had a lot of disagreements on stuff.
I'm just amazed, bro. Like the lengths that people will go through to avoid certain things. Like you position the question in a way to take it off of the people. Now, technically, I didn't change it. I wasn't doing that because I stated earlier. Yeah. I stated earlier that people are going to pay for this, right? Even if it's just paying the interest on the money borrowed to make the payment, people are going to pay for it because technically that's what happens now. People
I see what you're saying. Okay.
People believe that the money that comes out of their checks and taxes goes towards welfare. It does not. It goes towards the interest on the money that we owe. Not a single dollar that they take out your check goes to nobody's house. It goes to the interest on all money borrowed. Right? So that's the same thing that would happen in this case. But you said, what if we didn't even have to do it that way? What if, since there's $14 trillion worth of wealth still in this country from all of these different facilities and companies, and we could take that $294 from $294 billion from them? And my man said, well, I'm gonna just ask my question. So forget what he just posed. Right? But I understand why, because it's not a real argument against reparations. It's
forget what the white boy said, right? Who cares what the white boy said?
No, it has nothing. It's the principle. Actually, I'm arguing the principle. That's what I'm getting at. No,
that's what I'm
yes,
saying.
that's exactly what I did when I posed Cooley the question of should my great grandchild be able to go collect money that Cooley didn't pay me when we were alive and say that you owe me money because of an interest of or what it was then, what $20 was back then, and now we're in 2055 or whatever, 20 or 75, and now that $20 is worth like $500. You owe me $500 because your granddaddy didn't pay my granddaddy what he was owed, and now I'm here to collect.
That's a horrible example because you're using
That's literally what you're saying, bro. That's exactly what you're saying.
What I'm saying. It's not what I'm saying for pickup truck driving ass racist boy. It's not what I'm saying.
I'm not racist, dude. The one who calls me white boy, but I'm somehow the racist. Okay, whatever.
Yeah, your mustache speaks very loud.
Okay, real quick, Beans, and I'm gonna give the mic to you real quick.
This is an excellent mustache, sir.
Tiger, real quick, fellas, real quick, because I'm a little confused too, right? So, Beans, from what I've gathered from what you said, Glenn Lawrence, his analogy maps on perfect to what you said. From what I think, okay, so then if I could have it wrong, so Beans, if I could be wrong, and we could all be wrong for what you're saying. So, Beans, can you pose a question to Glenn Lawrence?
I did.
Ask a question.
And it's gonna be the same one I posed earlier. And now everybody pay attention to the disingenuous answer. Glenn, your mother and father are on a train. The train derails, kills your mother and father, and everybody else on the train. They're cutting people checks for those deaths. The company, not a man, the company, the business is responsible, found liable for those deaths. Yes or no, Glenn, are you accepting the check?
There's a difference between accepting a check and demanding that I am owed something.
I think that's where the disagreement is at.
And
that's not even the same thing. That's not even the same thing.
He knows
it's disanalogous. It's not the same thing. It's disanalogous.
Well, it's trying to water down a complex legal scheme into words. Like, I don't think anyone is trying to position our great grandkids for, one set of grandkids to go to the other and say, hey, you owe me money. No. Right. I mean, at this level, we're talking about from an academic, legal and mathematical, accounting perspective, not to the rudiments of, and unfortunately, I don't know how you keep that from happening. But that is the truth of the matter. Like, these conversations are held at high levels with government, folks who've looked at the statistics and look at the numbers for years. It should never trickle down to the mindset of every black person is looking at every white person with a handout as you owe me. And that, I think, comes in the maturity of adults leading the discussion and us sitting down at the table just like we're doing right now.
One
So
second, Cooley. I'm not gonna speak too much on this, but you remember who I am, right?
Beans, you've been up plenty times. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna say this. I think our relationship has generated you about $20. So I'm gonna say right now, you owe me, brother. And what I'm gonna ask you to do, based on that $20 that I helped you earn, can you please tell my man right here to answer the question, yes or no? Would he take the check? When
He already answered the question, bro.
his parents dying, would he take the check?
Just go ahead
Yes
and
or
answer
no?
the question. And
I gotta repeat it again.
You could answer it and give context.
Okay.
He already.
I'll do it again.
He just asked, what did you
Beans,
ask him to answer?
Beans, if you're gonna keep on talking, I can't answer.
He said yes or no first.
Do you want me to answer, Beans?
He said yes or no
Beans,
first.
let him answer it, bro.
You let me know when I can answer.
As soon as you say yes or no first.
That's what he's gonna do. Glenn Lawrence,
That money
go ahead
he's
and
not.
answer the question.
Bro, just
I
repeat
would
your answer for the third time. Just go ahead and
I would
repeat it for the third
accept
time.
and the payment that was given for the injured families that were receiving this payout, but I don't feel I'm owed anything. I'm receiving something that was already that somebody else is giving me. I'm not demanding anything.
Mhm.
There's the difference.
Absolutely. Now, thank you, Glenn. By the way, me and Glenn know each other. This is the homie.
Oh yeah.
Right. So we do this. Now, Glenn, here's the next question. If they cut everybody else a check except for you, would you have a problem with it? Yes or no?
I would wonder why, but I wouldn't necessarily have a problem. Because at the fundamental root of it, one, it doesn't get back what I lost. Two, I was not entitled to anything. The death is to the payment of to the individual that's to recoup for the loss of the life. But that means they really owe my parents the money that are now deceased because of this accident. I'm not entitled to that.
Okay, Glenn, just so you know, I'm reporting you for bullying on YouTube.
Hey, Beans, can I give
Glenn,
your
that's
argument a
good,
shot?
Glenn,
I want to try to.
that's a good breakdown. And Kyle, I'll let you go in a second because essentially that's what I've been saying this whole time. Is like, if we're speaking truthful, we can say that what Beans is saying. Do black people are we owed it? Well, they said that they were gonna give us 40 acres in the mill. So if we owed it, we can say that we deserve it. But then I wouldn't feel entitled to it though. Like feeling entitled to it would create some type of victimhood if I didn't get it. So therefore I would be like spurging and going on all of these things, talking about reparations and I need it. I'm entitled to it. You get what I'm saying? And I don't think that that's masculine. Right. At the end of the day, if you feel like you entitled to something as a man, click, clack, blam, guns blazing. If I feel that way, if I really feel that way, we turning up. And I think that all black people, they don't really feel that way, or we would be turning up every day. We would have got it already because everybody would have been turned. And I don't think that people actually feel entitled to it like that. I think they maybe in a feminine way, like they complain about it. But that's feminine. You know, when you're acting in your feminine way and out of emotions, nothing gets done. Only force makes anything move and gets things done. You know what I'm saying? So, but good convo. Kyle, you said that you wanted to break it down. Peace to the Saints. You coming over from Marquette's channel, right?
Yeah.
Peace to the Saints. Man.
So Beans, I think I understand what you're saying. I think I can add some clarity to everybody's perspective here. So first of all, when he says your analogy about the children owing the great grandchildren owing the other great grandchildren, right, and asking for the money, I'm talking to Glenn right now. So first of all, it would be different. It's not the same, like being said. It would be different if it was like, say, you inherited the business that your great grandfather owned, and then that business was supposed to pay my great grandfather, right? And so I come to you and I say, hey, our great grandfathers had an agreement when this business was created, because they created it together. No matter how, if one was a junior partner and one was a senior partner, right? Hey, when the country was created, when the business was created, we had an agreement, and I wasn't paid. You would still owe that money if that institution still existed, right? And you would be entitled to it. Does that make sense, Glenn?
Well, let me explain it this way. Then the individuals that made that agreement, the officials, the public officials, right, the government officials, whatever made that agreement, they're people, right? So then the next people that gets elected to their offices, right,
in the same institution, yes.
In the same, well, it's a different institution because
it's the
as we mentioned earlier, no, because there was the Confederate States and the United States, different. No, there was different a federation. There's a federation, and then there was the states. But anyways, different people come into their office, they get elected, they made no connection to whatever agreement that was made before, right? And generations of this down the road, how is anybody that's never voted or never agreed to this position entitled or must pay for this?
Are you trying to suggest that the United States before the Civil War is not the same United States after?
Actually, yeah. I mean, I think that's pretty much exactly what it is. Two different. You have the Civil War. That you had the Confederate States of America, right? And then you had
the Civil War, not a huge change in our the way our
agreement that was. So if it's like this, it's like if I owned a business and I agreed to do business with you, right? And I was going to pay you X amount of dollars, right? And then my business fractures, right? Or let's say Beans takes over my business.
No, it didn't. Nothing took over it. You were right the first time. It was a fracture.
Okay, so they fractured, they split off, and then they change. It changes.
Because
yes, it did.
It tried to
fracture. No.
And they were brought back together. Right?
It changed. The change took place. There was the United States. When the Civil War went down, we were not the United States of America.
Who are we?
When the South did their thing, that means they left America and they formed the Confederate States, and they even had a Confederate Constitution.
They did.
So, and then that's when they made this agreement, correct?
So let me ask you this.
No. Wasn't that agreement made during that time period, right?
See how you want to answer?
Does any of that still exist? The Confederacy or any of that stuff?
No, but the agreement was made under the Confederacy, not the United States.
No. Right. So let me ask you about this piece of paper right here. The Constitution.
It's a living document.
The same Constitution that we used before the Civil War.
No, we have actually made many amendments since then.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, but it's a living, breathing document. You live under the protection and banner of this flag of the United States of America. You're bound to every agreement that was made, and that stands by law. Period.
Wait, hold on. Here's the question to answer your question. So, Glenn, is Andrew Johnson, was he the president of the United States of America?
I don't remember, man.
Absolutely. So he was, and I think he was.
It was one of them.
The president
right, absolutely. Andrew Johnson is the president who reneged on the 40 acres and the mule. He's the one who took it back. The U.S.
was he the one that made the
200 years.
There's a civil war. You have broken the Union. The Union is not the same. So whatever group decided, if it's a Confederate group of America,
that's what we're trying to get you to understand. That Confederate didn't have anything to do with it.
Hang on.
It has a lot to do with it because if
yeah, I don't even know if we're not anymore.
Are saying that, you know what, we're gonna do this and we're gonna pay this for you guys, okay? But they can't speak for the United States.
See, you keep saying that, but what I'm trying to get you to realize, and you ignoring us on purpose, is that
I'm not ignoring you on purpose.
Okay, so Glenn, listen.
That's a different argument.
Confederates had zero to do with this. It was all Union in America, all of it. The general was from the Union. The president was the American president. They had nothing to do with this. Nothing.
So he's trying to say that the institution is different. So basically, he agrees with the argument, but he's saying it's a different institution, right? And so now we're at the point where he needs to prove that it's a different institution under the same Constitution, right? And celebrating.
Was it even?
No, Kyle, he was.
Well, hold on, because if you're saying that they had nothing to do with it, then where is your quarrel?
Say that one more time.
Wait, what I'm gonna say is Kyle. He thought that and Glenn, correct me if I'm wrong. I think Glenn thought that the Confederates was the one who set it in motion, and that's why I'm letting them know they didn't have.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, they didn't have. They had.
I'm trying to track the timeline of when said thing was agreed upon, and if it was agreed upon by a group that tried to move away from the Union.
Glenn, it was the Union, and it was the American president who.
Well, I got to brush up on my U.S. history.
Yes.
So.
That's
here's another part of that, right? And this is going back to my original argument why I wanted to come up.
I got you, Kyle, real quick. Everyone that's tuning in on TikTok, we closing on a TikTok stream, and everyone that's tuning in on Facebook, we closing on a Facebook stream. So come on over to YouTube. That's No Fugazee Podcast on YouTube. We're gonna continue with this conversation for about a few more minutes. If you guys can give you your closing arguments, and then we'll finish this up.
Yeah. So real quick, my original point, my first point to all of this was reparations. My basis is similar to Beans, but it's a little bit different, right? So it's on the basis of people worked and they were not paid. That's what we're talking about right now. That's the debt that's owed. You had people who worked and they were not paid for 150 years. Those people, and it wasn't that they did not agree that those people should be paid. It's that they didn't pay them, right? And they died, right? So that institution that enforced slavery, that brought them back if they went into a different part of the country and brought them back to the plantations, still exists, right? That enforced them and made them be slaves. It has nothing to do with the individuals. We're speaking to the American government. We're not talking about the Irish being enslaved by some other nation. We're talking about Black Americans being enslaved by the United States government, right? And because the United States government enforced slavery, they have to pay. Right? They have to pay the Black people. They don't have to pay the Irish people. They don't have to pay the Japanese, but they already did pay the Japanese, right? But we're not making an argument for them. We're not making an argument for the Native Americans who also receive reparations. We're not making an argument for the Jews who also receive reparations. So this is something that we already know how to do. We just haven't done it for the Black people who worked and were not paid. And that is the debt that we're referring to. So that's when I speak about reparations, that's what I'm talking about. And it's like you said, we separate out the redlining. We separate out the crack epidemic. We separate all that stuff out. We're not even talking about that yet. My ancestors worked. They were not paid. Give me their portion of the check, right? That's it. And that's, I'm done.
So then again, it's not owed to you. It was owed to your grandparents.
The institution exists.
And then again, but what I'm saying is the debt is owed to them. You are saying you are entitled to their debt or what they're owed.
Let me show you like this, right?
He's literally making
work a regular
states right now.
Yeah. You ever work a 9-to-5 job? If you work a 9-to-5 job and you die, right? That whatever hours that you worked will be paid to your children. That is how it would be. It would be paid. It would be made. If I died and they paid me, it would go to my whatever my benefactor is. It could be my wife. Exactly. It could be whoever I choose to leave, or I can leave it to Beans. Correct. So let's say they never.
He's not owed that. He's not owed that.
So let's say they never paid that money, right?
Again, he is not
that
owed
means,
that.
And the next generation, and a few years past.
I am owed
right?
that.
That's
what they would owe me, but not him.
Right. So let me ask this question real quick. I'm gonna just see. Let's see, y'all. I saw the people in the chat asking for yes or no. Let's see if Glenn can give us a yes or no. Yes or no, Glenn. Do you want your kids to get your royalties? Yes or no?
My royalties. What
yes.
royalties?
Any royalties that you would have coming, do you want them to get it? Yes or no?
My royalties are going to my estate. So.
And who has control over your estate?
Me.
When you die, then what?
Who I give it to?
We're not. See, this isn't supposed to be a debate right now, Glenn. You're supposed to just say, you know what? Yeah, if I have royalties coming, I made some music, I did some movies, I had some royalties coming, and I died.
Even those, but hold on.
Even though it's not owed to them.
I don't think understand royalties, because royalties are not forever. They're given for X amount of years.
Absolutely. So you're dead, and the royalties are still consistent. Do you want your kids?
No, because so should they still receive the royalties once I'm gone?
Yes.
Yeah,
If it's
that's in the contract.
Any money that you've
But if
earned,
the
like it's
contract
not that hard.
expires,
Jamaica's
there's
more
no way y'all
complicated
think
than
he
it is.
believe this shit.
I'm
Y'all
just
know
saying
we
I
just
don't
debating, right?
feel owed because somebody owed my dad
Bro,
money that never the company didn't pay
bro,
my dad. I don't
you
feel that
earn the
I'm
money.
entitled to go after them for money that they owed him. That to me is what I'm getting at.
But you
If
said
that's
that
in the
it had to do
I'm
with
contract,
the
confused. I
kids.
thought we were supposed to be giving closing thoughts, and we're like reopening the debate
Yeah,
again.
yeah. Good job, Tiger. Yeah. You know what? Let's end it with this.
Well, I would like to give a
Beans.
closing statement. Just
Oh
just
yeah.
saying.
Tiger. Yeah, give your closing statement, and anyone else wants to give it. Go ahead.
Yeah, so this whole thing has been absurd. It's all emotional arguments. Woe is me, I'm black, give me reparations, and nobody has yet to demonstrate why it's logical, why it's reasonable, why that we should give black people who've never been enslaved in this day and age reparations. And it's super telling how I've been called white boy and how others have said, okay, well, let's dismiss the grievances of the Irish people who were enslaved at some point in history, because and actually it's rightfully dismissed, because who fucking cares? Okay, that was hundreds if not thousands of years ago. Who fucking cares? And the reality is, if we want to actually go after the people who are actually responsible for the slave trade, okay, it's not white people. Okay, newsflash: it's not white people who was responsible for the Nordic slave trade with the Irish. It's not white people who was responsible for the transatlantic slave trade that enslaved the sub-Saharan Africans. Okay, that would be the sub-Saharan Africans who are responsible for that. So if anybody should pay reparations, it should be the ones who enslaved and sold the slaves, not the purchasers, right? The buyers of the slaves. Okay, because if we actually want to lay blame at anybody's feet, we need to make sure it's at the correct person's feet. And nobody has demonstrated, right? Nobody on this panel has demonstrated that, oh, white people in America today are responsible for the reparations of black people in America today. It's absurd. It's nonsensical. It's just, woe is me, I'm black, give me money because of some shit that happened hundreds of years ago. Who fucking cares? It's whiny bullshit. Nobody cares. Okay, it's like, just stop. We all have equal opportunity. Okay, work hard, get your own bag. All right, and leave everybody else alone. We don't care. Y'all shouldn't care. Nobody cares, right? That and you know what? I'm gonna stop rambling. That's my closing statement.
thank you, Uncle Tiger. I'll jump in behind that. It's been an honor to be on this panel with y'all. Cooley, it's always an honor. Uncle Tiger, you've been laid back, man, this whole time. I like your couple cents you threw in there at the end. Some of it was probably a little extrapolated. I think you did agree to some of the points that were made over the course. And I'll just say, my little 2 cents in closing is that, with American chattel slavery, unfortunately, the effects were not thousands of years ago. We're talking, less than 2 generations ago. We're talking folks, grandparents that were enslaved. And I know my grandfather, he led sit-ins in the 60s just so black folks could get normal jobs, and work or go to decent schools, or sit in a restaurant and eat food. That was 30 years ago, like 50 years ago. And then the other part is just, we've said a couple of times, do the research, guys. One thing I love about these platforms is how much information is shared, how many minds come together from across so many different miles and thousands of miles. But do the research. There are, municipalities, jurisdictions, states, cities, counties that have put the experts and the historians and the academics and the folks studying the budgets and the laws to work. And they have found, absolutely, Miss Johnson, it's been found that your great grandma was a slave on the Johnson plantation, and y'all was sold for $25,000 in the 30s, and because of that, y'all's family is owed, to the tune of $65,000 from the state treasury, and it's happened, and it's gonna continue to happen. The more they continue to find that documentation, which exists. So, I landed somewhere in the middle to where I agree with Brother Tiger and company in that, I'm not raising my children to go out here expecting somebody to give them a handout or to look at their white brother and sister as somebody that owed them something. That's not legit. And that's another thing that you said earlier, Tiger, that I like, is that one thing about it is unity. One thing we can come to the table about, whether you're Irish, whether you're Italian or you're black, is it right is right and wrong is wrong. And if you're a part of this country, you love this country, then you want to see it grow and you want to do the right thing. And that's something Cooley has always advocated for is, if you're going to complain, you ought to be doing some action to fix your situation. So, I'll leave it at that, man. Thanks for having me on, man. Appreciate y'all.
Appreciate you, man. Beans.
As much as I have a problem with bigoted, racist white people, I mean, imagine some.
I'm not racist, bro. What did I say? I'm racist, bro.
Here's the crazy part. Only a white person would say, I'm not responsible for purchasing, chaining, boating, beating women.
Yeah, because I'm not. I never did that, bro. I didn't do that.
Right?
Were you chained and enslaved? No, you weren't. Shut the fuck up.
Lynching.
Yo, Uncle Tiger, let him get his last closing
only
statement.
a white
Uncle
person
Tiger,
would
yeah.
say, I'm not responsible for that stuff, right? Only the people who started are responsible. It don't matter that I participated. I'm not responsible, right?
I didn't participate.
But at
Uncle
the same
Tiger,
time,
let
no,
him get his closing statement, man. He
and
interrupted.
listen,
Yeah.
this his channel. I know that now. Change the name of it, okay? This his channel. He white. He get to do what he wants to. I get it now, right?
Finish your closing statement, man. You good?
What
I'm giving you the
all
floor.
I want to say is this: as much as white people and especially Mexicans get on my nerves, right now, coon ass black people is the biggest problem in the black society today. These people who want to shuck and jive with white people who talk like this. No, sir. I don't agree with nothing he said. At the end of all of this, that man said we didn't make no points. And then you're going to sit there and say, no, but I can't agree with some of the shit you said. What? Man, fuck him.
Hey, you're an Uncle Tom now, by the way, bro. Did you know that?
Yo,
You're an
Tiger,
Uncle Tom now.
Tiger, chill. Yo, Tiger, I gotta mute you if you're not letting him land his plane, bro. This is his closing statement. No one cut you off, man.
No, but it's all good, though. I definitely enjoyed being on the panel with all y'all, including Uncle Tiger, man. It's all in fun. We gonna disagree. We gonna talk our shit, but at the end of the day, I agree with my man. It ain't got to be no hatred. You know what I'm saying? We just gonna talk our shit though, man. So salute to all y'all, and especially my man Cal for coming through in the clutch. Peace to the Saints. Nah, me. Cooley was leaving me hanging up here.
Listen. Just because you skin folk don't mean you kin folk.
That's a fact.
Listen,
but
man.
salute, y'all.
Salute, man. Peace. Glenn Lawrence.
Yeah, I don't owe anybody except my car payment and my cell phone bill money. Okay, that's about it. If I didn't do it to you, don't come over here and try to collect because I had nothing to do with it. Your problem is with them and they dead. So go yell at the gravestone, because I'm not going to pay a debt that I did not do. It is almost like saying, you should be like in Australia several years ago, they made all the little boys stand up and apologize for all the SA that women from the past have had experience by the hands of men. These are like 9-year-olds having to apologize for an act that they don't even know what they're talking about or crime that they never even done. But they have to owe an apology for it? No. I am sorry for the things that I do wrong. But if I ain't do that shit, you better go somewhere else with that.
Fair enough. All right. Kyle.
Yeah, I mean, I pretty much laid it out earlier, so I'm just coming back with the same. But, to what Glenn just said about the kids apologizing, it's not equivalent to what we're talking about. Again, the institution that we're talking about, the American government, actually put out laws, enforced, went out and, and collected slaves and brought them back to slavery. Like, The government in Australia didn't hold these women down and do, make them do these things, right? So it's not the same. We're not talking about the same thing at all. We're talking about an institution that, people benefited from, right? And mostly white people, right? Not that I'm pointing people out, Tiger, whatever, but mostly white people benefited from it. They took slaves and benefited from that, and they haven't given anything back. But
How
every
did the
other
white
group
people today benefit from any of that?
Real quick, Glenn
yes,
Lawrence,
still to this day.
it's his closing statement. It's Kyle's closing statement. Let him wrap up.
And every other group that they've done that to, they have compensated, right? So it's not unheard of. We're not making up something right now. You guys are asking about semantics about how we're going to do it, but we've done it before. So let the guys who figure that out do it, right? Why haven't the black people been paid? That's simply what we're saying. It's not that complex. You guys are actually making it more complex than it is. If you work, you get paid, and if you don't get paid, lawsuits come out, and you figure out when the people are going to get their money. And it doesn't matter if it's given to the individual or the person died, it goes to their estate, just like you said. And unfortunately, they didn't allow slaves to own certain things. And so now here we are, 3 generations, 4 generations, 5 generations later, and we should receive that. Now, here's the point I will grant all of you. Nobody here on this panel is waiting for a check, right? I'm just putting out what it should be. But nobody's sitting here waiting for a check, right? We're all doing our thing. We're all working.
I don't
We're all
know. Beans might be. I think
What's
Beans
that?
is.
I
Beans?
said Beans may be waiting for his check. I don't know.
Yeah, he's waiting for a check.
I think Beans is just mad at the same way. I'm not really mad about it, but I think he's a little disappointed that people are being so dismissive of it, right? I don't think anybody would sit here and say, your grandfather, your great great grandfather did all this work, and we're not going to pay, and we don't know anything if we know that they did work, right? And it's kind of weird that people are doing that. But that's it. So.
Yeah, I guess for the closing statements, I would. I really didn't participate in a debate. I'll let you guys go ahead and handle that. But overall, I've had the reparations debate many times before. I think both of Glenn and Tyga bring up valid points. Brought up points that I even bring up all the time. Especially the last point Tyga said. You always want to get to the root of things. Like, well, if we're being honest here, it was black people that sold black people to the white man. Beans brings up a good point too. Well, just because you purchased them doesn't mean that you're owed. And that's the thing. It's like, if we're speaking about owed or do you deserve something, I think we can all come to some type of agreement on owed. I think we can say owed and deserve. If we're being honest, I can say, we can pretty much agree on that. But then the other key thing is, well, who's going to pay it? How they're going to pay it. And I think that Glenn brings up many points, good points, and Tyga brings up many good points too. And then Carl, he brings up some amazing points where he's speaking like, listen, it's already happening now. And people are actually getting paid, what they actually are owed. If they can, get the paperwork and, bring it to the right people and actually prove that they are descendants of slavery and their ancestors worked for this corporation, that corporation. It actually happened a few times already. So, a lot of good points and good conversations, but listen, at the end of the day, we got to keep it no Fugazee. If that check, I'm going to go ahead and answer Bean's question. If that check came, I'm accepting it. I'm accepting it. You know what? I'm not going to deny it. Ooh, am I stupid to be like 140 something K,000? Am I going to say no to it? Right. No, I'm taking that check. Because I can definitely prove mine, but
I'm gonna split mine with Tyga.
You ain't getting, you ain't getting it from me. I'll tell you that.
But at the end of the day, it's like I would say my attitude in all of this is, I think there's bigger problems within the black community that we need to focus on that actually can be fixed and that would actually push the needle forward in our communities, like fathers in the household, and try to get lower the single mother household rate and lower the other degeneracy that's rooted in some of the culture, but I think most of it comes from single mother households, and then a lot of it does come from, like the systematic racism from years ago. I can see how that bleeds over. But as far as today in 2025, is there any systems that's holding us back? There isn't. Even 10 years ago, is there any systems that's holding us? 20 years ago, was there any systems that was holding black people back like that? No, I don't think so. So other than that, I think this conversation was a good one. I think both of you guys put up some good arguments, and you guys can review it, put it up on your channels, chop it up, do what you want with it, man. But yeah, for everyone that's tuning in right now, I do want to let all of you guys know that I will be hosting a debate tomorrow. Let me go ahead and let all of you guys go. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate all of y'all. Peace, peace, peace. I will be hosting a debate tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Let me go ahead and bring it up for you guys real quick. I don't know if you've seen, but it's gonna be a dope debate. I'm hosting it on my channel, and it's a debate that I actually set up because I'm interested in this type of conversation and in this debate. So let me go ahead and bring it up here for you guys just to show it on my screen so you guys can see it. And right there. Okay. Where are we? Right there. All right. So that's the debate we got going on tomorrow. Polygyny debate. And it's going to be Captain Tazariak, which is a Hebrew Israelite. And then versus Andrew Wilson. This is going down tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Everybody tune in. What we're going to be doing, we're going to have a time for questions. So it's going to be, they're going to give 4-minute openers. It's going to be free for all debate. I'm going to sit back and chill. I'm going to moderate it, as far as if it gets out of hand, kind of like how I was doing today. If it gets out of hand, and then I'll go ahead and say, listen, let's just do 1-minute monologues or 30-second monologues. So you finish your point, then you can finish that point, stuff like that. But who knows? It may get out of hand. It may not. But I think it's going to be a dope spirited debate. And then at the end of the debate, I will have callers come in to ask questions. So not just ask questions, like you can, how you've entered the stream today, you can enter the stream tomorrow. But you're going to have to send in funds because there's going to be a lot of people that wants to enter in. So if you want to enter the stream and ask questions, you have to send in a super chat, and then I would actually have you up. If you want, I'll send you the link and you can go ahead and come on up, and you can go ahead and ask Captain Tazariak some questions into, whatever his arguments was, or you could ask Andrew Wilson some questions into whatever arguments he make and stuff like that. So yeah, it's gonna be a dope debate tomorrow that I'm gonna be hosting on my platform. So that's tomorrow, 7 p.m. Wednesday, Eastern Standard Time. Captain Tazariak versus Andrew Wilson. Is polygyny good for the West, and is it a sin? So it's like two topics, right? Two topics. All right. Other than that, chat, I've been streaming for literally over 4 hours now, 4 hours and 14 minutes. So gave y'all a long stream. I appreciate everyone supporting. Let me go ahead and get to the super chats real quick. Let's get to the super chats. So for the chats we got in here, we got a lot that came in. We got D.S. Donta Corbett sends in $2. Big bruh, don't give a F. Lil bruh gotta be rent free. Oh yeah, that's when homie was back there cooking in the kitchen. He also says, thank your people for bringing me here. Okay, Brim Smitten. I guess I'm not sure what that says. We got Nonya sends him $50. I think I'm pronouncing that wrong, but thank you for the $50 super chat. He says, from 1951 through 2022, the cumulative total of USA to Israel stand at approximately 317.9 billion. Dang. They just don't like us, bro. Why does Israel deserve what we do not deserve? Woo! Listen, man. Israel, we could be honest, they did it a much smarter way than black people. Instead of them complaining to black people, instead of them complaining to America, you know what? They a lot of these non-government organizations that they own, like AIPAC and stuff, they infiltrated the American government somehow, and did things in a way where the same victimhood that black people have, let me rephrase this so it makes sense, because this is actually a little serious here. So if you think about it, so there's this victimhood, meaning that you can't call a black person an N-word if you're white. You don't want to speak about slavery in certain ways because black people have been through slavery. So there's this victim, and we can say BLM uses it a lot to shine the light on the the American history of slavery and Jim Crow and stuff like that, and redlining and things that wasn't good, right? So they'll shine that light, which then would make black people seem like a victim and seem owed. The thing is, Jews did the same thing. Israel, they did the same thing. Like, they were in the Holocaust. They did the same thing, but they did something that the black community didn't do. One, the Jews, they get together. And what they did was they actually put forth action. They said, you know what, man, we got the skin complexion for the protection. We basically look like the white Americans here because they're European Jews. We basically look like them. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna just fit right in. We're gonna become, we're gonna be in the government and stuff, in the Senate, and we're gonna lobby for them. We created big businesses and organizations. We gotta fund these politicians and stuff. So they did things very strategically, right? And guess what? The money that America, literally, you said $317 billion. That's what America gave Israel. These niggas pretty much built a whole country for themselves. It was like, you know what? We like this plot of land. Yep, we'll choose this plot of land. Fund us, America. And you know what? We funded them. The thing is, black Americans, we could have did the same thing. And we could have got some land over in Africa if we would have infiltrated the system right and been very tactical. The thing is, we didn't have the skin complexion for the protection, so it would have been a lot more harder for us to just kind of slide up on in there. But other than that, their culture they're more together than black people, than the black culture. Like they don't even, it's like a Jew dollar gets passed down, I forget, like so many times before it goes outside of their community. So they're buying within their community and spending within their community. So they hold certain cultures and traditions that us black people in America, we just don't hold. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm all about action than just speaking. It's either you be very strategic, like how the Jews did it, infiltrate the American government in ways where it's like, I mean, at the end of the day, can't hate the player, gotta hate the game. You know what I'm saying? I'm not one of those type of individuals that like hate Jews or hate Israel. You're not gonna hear that from me over here, because once again, my ideology is the world is a competition, and right now they have been winning the competition in very strategic, smart ways. They've been getting things done. Now, it's not to say like, are they immoral? The wars that they do. Yeah, we can speak about all the terrible, crazy stuff, but that's a different conversation. We just speaking about their ability to get the job done and put their people first. They've been an expert at it. So if there's any type of game that black people want to pick up that game, how they've been executing things. Now you can say, well, the way they've been going about it has been crazy. It's been Well, Well, forget about the morality of it. Just let's think about how they have been executing a good game plan. And if we want to do it in a more moral way, then we can think about other systems and other ways to do it righteously. But anyway, that's all I got for you. But I wanted to give my opinion on that because you sent them $50. So it's like, you know what? Let me just go ahead and let you guys know my thoughts. I never even spoke about this out loud either. So it's just, it maybe was a little bit tangential, but hopefully I put it together pretty good for you guys. All right. So we got never trust the man that hides his eyes with shades. Okay, this was someone talking about Glenn Lawrence. We got Yo Boy Lame sends in $125, but this is in pesos. No, you in the Philippines, so whatever the Philippines currency is. So this is probably like 50 cents. But he says, dude on the bottom right looking like a sperm whale sandwich. Dude on the bottom right looking like a sperm whale. I'm not sure who. Oh, I guess he was speaking about Kyle. That's wild, bruh. We got Uncle Tiger sends in $5. I just want to say no bad blood towards Glenn. I think that's his name. I'd like to have more spirited debates with him again in the future. No, you're speaking about Beans. So Glenn was the other white guy. You and Glenn actually agreed with one another, Tiger. I agree with many of your points too. Yeah, and the crazy thing is I can see both points, but yeah, never mind. That's just for a different discussion. But yeah, you're speaking about Beans. Yeah, Beans is cool. I had Beans up here many times. There's no bad blood. I'm sure we'll have this discussion again or a similar discussion, and you guys will share two different worldviews. We got S. Donta Corbett again sends in $5. He says, Tyga says you're not taking his trailer or Budweiser. Glenn, you'll take the money. Stop playing games. Cooley, it's the land of money taken. Give it back. All right. And then he also says, this was cool and needs to be done again. Yeah, it was a good conversation, man. Good conversation. But other than that, once again, this podcast is No Fugazi. I appreciate all of you for coming up and supporting the channel, sending in the super chats. Hit the like button before you go. Subscribe to the YouTube channel if you aren't. We will be back here tomorrow live at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And if you want to come on up and ask questions to Andrew Wilson and also Captain Cesariak from the Hebrew Israelite in the polygamy debate. At the end of that debate, I will be reading all super chats, so you can just send in a super chat to ask a question, or if you want to come on up, I'll have the link for you to join the stream and you can ask a question to them directly. Anything you want. Sometimes how this goes, it could even go into a little back and forth, little debate, but we only keep you guys up for about like 3 minutes. So you come up, you got 3 minutes, you want to go ahead and shoot your question, boom, boom. That's how it's going to be. But you do need to send in the super chat in order to come up. Today, you did not need to send in a super chat or donate to the channel because it's open panel debate night. So you can come on up without sending anything, because I'm that type of guy. I'm charitable, big platform, have anybody up. Why not? Why not, right? Giving back to the people. Matter of fact, I think I'm owed reparations. Matter of fact, to the people that came up, big platform. I'm sure I'm owed some type of reparations. And when we clip some stuff up, sometimes it tends to go viral with like 100K views on YouTube. So I may be owed some reparations from Beans. You've been up here plenty of times. Who knows? I'll go ahead and use your argument against you. But other than that, this podcast was No Fugazi. I appreciate all of you. And peace. We out. And y'all see the suit too, man. Listen, new studio, new podcast by the spirit, not by the letter. Bro, we can go verse for verse all day long.
Made over.
doing new things, are okay with understanding the reality that we are in competition with one another. But you ladies think that you're special. You are in competition. Men are men of their word. So here's my word. I'll fly you out here and we can do it in person. And after that, we can box. I'm about my business. So remember, I said, when I ask you these questions, I will dismantle your entire argument. That's the end of the debate, my dog.
I'm 39, but I don't look your typical 39.
Belly.
Yeah.
You look 39. It's okay though. That man isn't intimidated by a woman like you. He's annoyed by a woman like you. Because a man doesn't want to date another man. He wants to date a woman.